There are many monsters living in the dungeon. This is the place that appeared when the gate opened. This is a battlefield where hunters hunt, superhumans who possess inexplicable superpowers and display incredible strength. 10 years have passed since the monsters appeared along with the dungeon. Hunters appeared one after another, evolving along with the changing world. Ordinary people gradually got used to hunters, and so the popularity of these superhumans increased sharply day by day. There was only one way to become a hunter, and that was the tower from the first floor to the 100th. The tower was a system where the higher you went, the stronger you became. All hunters are summoned to the tower before they awaken, become superhumans, and turn into those who fight in the dungeon. Hunters are encouraged to climb the tower as high as possible. The higher you climb, the more power you gain. But those who couldn't even pass the tower tutorial are more than 80%. Those who drop out on the 10th floors of the tower are level E hunters, and those who reach the 20th are level D hunters. Those who reach the 30th floor are considered level C, those who reach the 40th are level B, and those who reach the 50th are level A. Our protagonist Cho Hyun-soo is now standing in front of the 100th floor and planning to conquer it. And once he stood, looking with delight at the phone screen at the hero, Kim Hansen. This is a hunter from the level. Kim Han-sung has reached the 61st floor. Will the tower ever call Cho Hyun-soo? Then he can end this vile life. He remembered his father and mother when they were sitting at dinner, his friends. If only he could climb the tower too. Cho Hyun-soo felt a strong blow to his head. He even cried out in surprise and pain. There was a group of guys standing behind him, one of whom was showing him his fist and telling him that our hero was staring at his phone again. The boss grabbed Hyun-soo by the nose and said that they would soon be entering the dungeon. If he didn't want to be fired, he had to work hard. Suddenly, one guy from the group apologized and said that their boss was not good at choosing his words. Hyun-soo smiled and said that it was okay. He thought that this person wanted to be friends with him. Cho Hyun-soo was a porter for a group of hunters who were descending into the dungeons. He carried the equipment on his shoulders and walked ahead of the main group. Hyun-soo wondered why they sent him ahead. What if a monster appeared? It was good that this friendly guy was on the team after all. Before our hero could think about it, he received a kick from this friendly guy. Cho Hyun-soo fell to the ground and screamed. The hunters stood and laughed at him, putting up a magical barrier in front of them. Dogfights were coming back, and the red-haired porter was just the thing to use as bait. One of the hunters was filming it all on his phone. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. It was something between a wolf and a dog. The rest of the monsters ran after it. Although they were of a low level, if they gathered in a pack, they posed a great threat. The monsters were approaching the guy, and the hunters were calling on the spectators to place bets on who would win. Our hero thought it was a trap. It was a game where a normal person was placed with a monster and forced to fight until one of them died. It was called dog fighting. Of course, it wasn't entirely legal, but even if he could win, what guarantees are there that it won't happen again? Now he understood why these guys offered more money than the others. Suddenly, a huge monster paw with sharp claws appeared. The monster opened its mouth wide and pounced on Hyun-soo. His claws caught the guy's hand, but he was able to fight off the monster's attack. The hunters egged him on and shouted at him to show that he was worth something. They teased him and said that he would become dinner for monsters and the same fate as his family. Hyun-soo angrily told them to watch their words, otherwise they would become food for the monsters themselves. The boys continued to make fun of our hero, but suddenly Hyun-soo whistled, and the other animals came running to his whistle. They bared their teeth, their eyes flashing red flames. The hunters commanded our hero to stop whistling immediately. Suddenly, a huge monster sank its fangs into the hand of one of the hunters. As if on command, a pack of terrible monsters rushed at the unfortunate hunter. The hunters tried to resist and fought off the monster's attacks, but there were too many of them. Hyun-soo smiled and said that he warned the boys to be careful with their words. At this time, one of the monsters, the largest one, rushed at our hero. The guy didn't expect the attack, and the monster bit him with its huge fangs. The remaining monsters were finishing off the hunters. There were 2 corpses of these animals lying there, but the hunters were unable to defeat them all. The monsters gnawed them. That was the end. Hyun-soo fought to the end but still died. Suddenly he saw a bright star in the darkness and a message that all the conditions had been met. The tower called to him. He was lying unconscious on the floor in some room. Suddenly he woke up and remembered everything. How the monsters attacked them, how they bit everyone. But why is he alive? Suddenly Hyun-soo remembered that the tower had called him, which meant he was alive. Did the tower really call him and bring him back to life with a coin? After all, if you die in the tower, you can resurrect yourself using the coins you receive. These coins gave life, and Hyun-soo took advantage of this. The number of coins varies from person to person, but you can't know how many there are until you go through the training. Cho Hyun-soo saw the message inviting him to the tower. He was currently on the 1st floor. The training section would occupy 5 floors. He couldn't believe he was in the tower now. He had been waiting for this day, training hard to be ready. Finally, he was given this opportunity. He couldn't let this chance go. Hyun-soo entered the 1st floor and immediately saw the goblin. The goblin smiled evilly and made some sounds. The system gave a message that the goblin had to be destroyed. It was to Hyun-soo's advantage to catch him. Now, that meant he had to kill this goblin. Our hero attacked the goblin with a knife. The goblin fell. Our hero sat astride the goblin and swung his dagger, intending to kill him. The goblin lay in a pool of blood, a knife sticking out of his chest. The 1st floor was cleared and everything was simple. Suddenly, our hero felt a blow to his back. The goblin had crept up and struck him unnoticed. The boy fell next to the goblin he had just killed, also covered in blood. It turns out the goblin wasn't alone, although Hyun-soo was sure he was alone here. The coin was written off again, the price for his life. Our hero returned to the save point. It was strange because during training only 1 coin was given. It turns out that the guilds and the government were spreading false information. Why do they do this? Our hero didn't know what they were planning, and there was nothing he could do about it now. He needed to get higher. He waited for about 3 hours, but the goblin still did not show up. Hyun-soo thought that he might get beaten up again like last time, so he should find out how many goblins there are and be careful. Finally, a goblin appeared. The boy hid in the bushes and watched him. The goblin led him to the building itself, which looked like someone's palace. As expected, there was another goblin here, the one who stabbed Hyun-soo. They were standing next to the small statue, their hands outstretched towards it. Our hero was surprised. What kind of artifact is this? He heard that during training there can be no artifacts. Although during an exclusive interview with Hunter Kim Hansen, it was said that there are hidden rewards and treasures in the tower, and after a person finds them, he can go up to the floor above. Hyun-soo decided that no matter what it took, he would take them. Our hero rushed forward at the goblin. He plunged a knife into the chest of the very goblin who had once killed him. It was our hero's revenge for his own death. Now Hyun-soo had killed 2 goblins and stood near the small statue. It seemed to him that the goblins were protecting it. He took the statue in his hands, and at that moment a strange energy began to emanate from it. The statue vibrated. And then the guy got caught in a real mana vortex coming from the statue. He became the first player to get the Lunatus statue. Hyun-soo saw the system message. He defeated 2 goblins, received the statue of Lunatus, and was rewarded by the Lunatus organization. It turned out that he found a hidden quest and was freed by this organization. Streams of mana tore through space. Bright rays fell onto the ground. He obtained the S-class skill Eyes That Look at the Stars, which allowed him to see hidden information. He couldn't believe it. The most famous high-ranking ability, called AAA, belonged to the hunter Kim Han-sung. And Hyun-soo got an S-rank ability that was much better. It was hard to believe. Only our hero didn't know how to use it. It turned out that there was no hidden information on the 1st floor, and he didn't understand what the benefit was. But now, with this ability, he could collect all the treasures hidden in the tower. He decided to go up to the next floor. On the second floor, he was suddenly wounded in the shoulder. There was a small dart sticking out of Hyun-soo's shoulder and blood was flowing out. He ran and thought that the government and the guild were all idiots. There were kobolds on the second floor, and they had weapons, just like on the first. The guy blindly trusted the guide and paid for it with a wound. He urgently needed to heal. He got the elixir, treated the wound, and felt alive again. He knew that the kobolds had a keen sense of smell, and they would definitely find him. Suddenly he saw strange marks on his hand. This was the activation of the skill Eyes That Look at the Stars. The hidden information said that you need to rub your body with tree bark extract. Then the kobolds will not be able to smell it. Hyun-soo was very surprised. Now he was receiving information that was relevant to the current situation. Suddenly he saw a kobold walking towards him, holding something like a bow that shot darts. Our hero jumped on him from ambush and dealt a powerful blow. He jumped on the kobold's back and dealt blow after blow. After he rubbed his body with tree bark, the kobolds were unable to smell him, and the second floor was successfully cleared. Now it was safe to move forward. The system said that Hyun-soo should take the nail from the ring finger of the kobold. Then, perhaps, something good would happen. Our hero cleared the second floor, and a portal opened for him. He received a reward, access to the community on the main server in Korea. Thanks to his skill, Hyun-soo saw everything that was written on the server and realized that he was not the only one who got into trouble with the goblins. He saw that a player's report that there was more than one goblin on the first floor had been met with a very negative reaction, so he decided to intervene. The guy registered under the nickname Beautiful Princess and decided to attract people's attention. Finally, comments from those who had also gone through this appeared. If you try, you can find yourself a partner. He decided to continue publishing posts. He decided to act faster and went to the third floor. On the third floor, we had to break through a trap. The trap was sharp spears that would pop out from under the ground. The guy fell to the floor in surprise. After all, he almost died. He was almost pierced by sharp spears. The fake guide said to identify traps by holding your hands out in front of you. Hyun-soo was furious that he wouldn't act the way they wanted and activated the eyes that look at the stars. With the help of his skill, our hero saw the location of all the traps. Now he could safely move on. Our hero passed through all the traps without getting caught on any of them. The floor was passed. The guy got 1,000 points. After that, he received a special lunch that added 200% to regeneration. Hyun-soo ate and thought that these traps were terrible. There were even more terrible things ahead. A bright fire show from which the guy ran with all his might. Then there was the blade trap. But if he didn't have the ability to see hidden information, he wouldn't be able to pass through these traps even with 100 coins. Hyun-soo was happily tucking into his lunch, which looked very appetizing. He looked at his stats and realized that his magic values were higher than normal. Perhaps this was the talent. He decided to try to go further, in such a good mood. We see the residential area of the 30th floor. We see a man sitting and smoking a cigarette. He has 1 coin left. It was the newcomer Songmo from the Sangun Guild. The chairman will try to kill him because he knew a lot of secret information. At this time, a guy looked out of the door and shouted that there was a new publication in the community. Songmo put out his cigarette and said that there was someone causing a stir in the tutorial area channel again. Someone was flooding the channel with messages and writing that the government guide is false and you shouldn't trust the instructions of the evil government groups. Out of anger, Songmo smashed the table, which shattered into pieces. He ordered to release the guys and find this freak who writes such messages. He thought that if he didn't settle this matter, they would cut off his head. So he decided to kill this freak. With the help of his skills, our hero sensed a hidden threat. Someone was talking about him. He received a message. His passage helps others, so he is given the title Conqueror. Hyun-soo was taken by surprise and choked on the drink he was drinking. He was given a title that raised all his stats and included a reward system. The guy looked at his posts and saw that they had a lot of reactions. Perhaps these people will become his comrades later. They had such funny nicknames. I wonder who was hiding behind them. But there were also reports that slandered him. It seems that these people were afraid that the spread of false information would be exposed. And Hyun-soo decided to expose all their lies. Let them try to sit on his tail. During this time he will become stronger than them. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a hidden place on the 3rd floor, the Hell Pit. It was good that he had some artifacts, a secret gem with strong energy, and an explosive scroll that released powerful flames. To enter the 4th floor, you had to climb a rock. He saw a dark blue tree and read the hidden information. If he pulled it out, something good might happen. As he expected, not a single match with the guide was confirmed. The 4th floor was completed. The height of the cliff was controlled depending on the number of available artifacts. Suddenly, an inscription appeared on the magic stone. It had a name on it: John Traylor. John Traylor is a great sage who rose to the 92nd floor long ago. He single-handedly created an artificial being, a homunculus, and was going to take over the entire tower. Most likely, the tower existed before they knew about it. Hyun-soo decided not to think about it for long. He wouldn't find out anything anyway and would just continue to climb. The last floor of the tutorial was ahead. He got to the 5th floor. Here he had to deal with a boss monster that was adjusted to the fighter's level. Suddenly, the boy saw a huge monster in front of him. It was a top-class fish warrior. The guy was very scared at first. He had never seen such a monster. It was a fish warrior, a fish-type monster, half man, half fish, covered in blue scales. It attacked its enemies with a trident and sharp fangs. The monster rushed at our hero, opening its toothy mouth. He then brought his huge fist down on Hyun-soo's head. Without waiting for the monster to crush him, the boy started running. The monster rushed after him. The guy urgently needed skills. With the help of his special vision, he noticed 2 skill boxes. He picked the closest one and prayed that it contained something useful. When he opened the skill box, black smoke came out. The monster stopped in confusion. It was a smokescreen that hid Hyun-soo and blocked the enemy's view. The enraged monster saw nothing, and the guy meanwhile started to run. He ran to the 2nd skill box. But the smoke began to clear, and the monster appeared very close. He grabbed Hyun-soo with his huge hand and lifted him up. Our hero twisted and plunged the knife into the monster's body. The monster's eyes almost popped out of their sockets from pain and surprise. He threw Hyun-soo to the ground. Then he grabbed his trident, intending to deliver the killing blow. But Hyun-soo landed right on the mid-level skill box and immediately activated it. This time he was lucky. He received the skill Fire Bomb. The bomb exploded with such force that the shockwave cracked the mountain. The impact opened a cave in the mountain. Surprisingly, the monster remained alive, but Hyun-soo managed to plunge a knife into his foot. Blue blood spurted out. He plunged the blade into the monster's webbed paw. The monster roared in pain, opening its terrible mouth. The guy activated another fire bomb, and it burned through the monster's body. The monster fell to its knees, a huge hole gaping in its body. The smell of fried fish filled the air. Our hero left the monster to die and moved on. The monster, whose element was water, dried up and shrank from the fire. The system sent a message. The enemy was defeated, plus 1,500 points. Hyun-soo was happy. He defeated the huge monster and passed the 5th floor. Suddenly a bright star flashed in the sky, shining like the sun. And then something fell on our hero's face. He peeled it off his face and found a frog. This was his reward, a pet. The guy was puzzled as to why a frog. It was the Chaos Frog, a creature that appeared next to the fish warrior when summoned. It was very strong, even stronger than Hyun-soo. If the pet is superior to the owner, it can even bite him. The guy wondered, is this frog really going to bite him? Since there was no rule requiring him to keep the pet with him, he decided to leave the frog. The frog didn't understand why she was being abandoned. She jumped on Hyun-soo's back and rode on his shoulders. There was no choice. Our hero put the frog on his shoulder, and they went together. A message came that the tutorial was successfully completed. The guy went out onto the 6th floor. He walked among people with a frog on his shoulder. There were people here who also completed the tutorial. Hyun-soo asked the frog what its name was. She replied that he should name it himself. The guy thought about it. He gave her a name, Dokchun. The frog didn't particularly like it. A guy approached our hero and asked how long ago he had finished the tutorial. It was Kim Sung-hoon from the Blue Dragon Guild who offered Hyun-soo a white pill that was supposedly good for healing. But with his ability, Hyun-soo read the hidden intentions. The pill contained an oblivion spell. With it, memories could be erased. It turned out that all the other people didn't remember how they completed the tutorial because their memories had been erased. Kim Sung-hoon suggested that Hyun-soo take this white pellet. The guy took the pill and asked when he should take it. According to the rules, this should happen in the presence of the person who gave it. Suddenly the frog stuck out its tongue, grabbed the pill and quickly swallowed it. Hyun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. The pill he had in his hand had disappeared. He pretended to put the pill in his mouth and chew it. After this, our hero went to the guest house. He was very pleased. Thanks to his frog Dokchun, he was able to cheat. The frog also benefited from the pill. The guy thought that maybe he would soon see those guys who wrote in the chat. Hyun-soo opened his guidebook and saw that his level was bronze and could be raised to silver. You could also buy various artifacts at the auction. The guy looked at weapons and other things and chose. He saw something like armor. Its properties were weak, but his eyes reacted to it, so he decided to buy this artifact. This armor cost 2,000 points. Our hero was shocked. How could such a tin can cost so much? He couldn't understand why his eyes reacted to this. It was the property of a man who had climbed to the 99th floor. The guy also bought himself various potions, a long sword, and a metal helmet in the form of a necklace. The body modification began. The guy was torn apart by pain, but he endured it. Once the modification was completed, all of Hyun-soo's stats increased. The skill box level has increased to the highest level. The highest level authority box has been obtained for the first time. Our hero was overjoyed. He had received powers of skill connection level. For the first time on the entire server, someone had received 2 types of powers. The boy was very happy and hugged his frog in joy. But the frog warned him about the interference of chaos energy. A hidden quest began, mastering a new path. Cho Hyun-soo's coin count was reduced to 3, but he had a special advantage. The coins were increasing. It turned out that the number of coins of our hero, Cho Hyun-soo, is infinite. The guy sat thoughtfully and thought, an infinite number of coins means he is immortal. To exit the tower, you must either spend coins or capture the tower itself. Now our hero won't be able to get out of here. It took Kim Hansen, a hunter, a year and 8 months to get to the 61st floor of the tower, as time passed twice as fast in the tower. So to get to the 100th floor, our hero needed at least 10 years. On the 6th floor, the police were checking everything thoroughly. The strongest person on the 6th floor was manager Oh Ji-hyuk, who was responsible for public order in the safe zone. The manager read the report about the chat participant nicknamed Princess. It gave him a headache. He ordered to bring the one who wrote the last report. Ji-hyuk saw the person who wrote this report. The manager hit him hard on the knee. He then grabbed the boy by the head and asked him if he knew what he had done. The manager said that the guy had neglected the order to check people, so the unknown person entered the square without permission. And also, perhaps this unknown person is the one the people from the guild are looking for. Because the guy missed him, they can't track him down. The manager took off his bloody gloves and told the boy to be grateful to be alive. Ji-hyuk ordered to block all portals of the 6th floor and find a person named Kim Jong-soo. At this time, our hero was sitting in the dining room of the guest house and having lunch. After lunch, his mood improved greatly. The frog also ate his fill. Suddenly, he heard a conversation about how all the portals on the floor were closed. But at the same time, freaks from large guilds were being let go just like that. Hyun-soo could hardly believe his ears. Had all the portals been closed? He came to the forest, climbed onto a tree branch, and looked around. All the portals were closed. On the edge of the 6th floor, he saw a functioning portal, but no one was allowed in. This was the last portal, but there was a little less security here. Our hero decided to try to get in by force, but he still didn't know what his abilities were. Still, he decided to stay and wait. At this time, members of large guilds approached the portal, but the guards did not let them in. The manager himself approached the portal and asked where Kim Jong-soo was. A man approached the manager and said that an order had come from the 10th floor. It was assumed that Kim Jong-soo was the princess everyone was looking for. The manager ordered all the guild members to gather in that area. The manager ordered the square to be blocked off and all people who were not members of the guild to be checked. Suddenly, Kim Jong-soo appeared on the edge of the 6th floor. Our hero, using his skill, received information that he had met a killer and that he needed to be eliminated. The killer was the manager, who was striding towards the edge of the 6th floor. He saw our hero and said that he didn't care who he was, but he wanted to know his identity. After that, the manager said that he would kill the guy. Manager Oh Ji-hyuk was an assassin who belonged to the Sangun Guild. He thought that this guy looked more like a princess than that freak who caused a ruckus in the square. Hyun-soo thought that the manager was hiding his true face and reached for his sword to deal with the bastard. The manager stood near the portal. He raised his hand up, and a strong glow appeared. It was unclear what it was. It turned out he had fired a flare and the guild members were supposed to be here in a couple of minutes. Our hero started running. He thought that this flare was worth over 3,000 points, and it was many times more expensive than his cheap armor. Suddenly, the killer's knife appeared in front of our hero's face. He held out his sword to defend himself. The manager used his favorite tactic, Pinky, but the guy managed to parry his blow. With the help of his eyes, he recognized all the main skills of the manager. At this time, the guild members came running and began to attack our hero. The boy swung his sword and fearlessly struck. The sword hit the protective screen that the killer had created. The manager, hiding behind the protective screen, laughed and thought that such a small attack would not do anything to him. Then our hero used a firebomb. The killer stood there, scorched by the fire, his magic shield of no help. The manager said that he just let some guy who finished the tutorial play with him, and he was asking for trouble, not knowing his place. Hyun-soo thought that their places had now changed, but he rejoiced too soon as the killer began kicking him again. Our hero couldn't withstand such strong blows and flew to the side. A red glow appeared around the killer. He may have hidden power. Hyun-soo saw that the killer had a brooch of boiling power. Once a day for 10 minutes, his stats doubled. Our hero was indignant. How could such artifacts be given to just some 6th-floor manager? The guy thought he could lose his arms and legs. He needed to be prepared for anything. But then the frog called out. The frog encouraged our hero, and he rushed to attack the killer. But blows rained down on him from all sides. The guy dropped his sword and covered his head with his hands. The killer believed that victory was within his grasp. He swung and hit our hero on the head, but he intercepted the blow and grabbed the manager by the leg. The guy then leaned on the killer with his whole body, trying to knock him to the ground. He said he noticed how much the manager loved firecrackers. Hyun-soo used the firebomb again, and the manager's face was scorched by fire again. The manager told our hero that they would both die, but the guy was sure that he would live. At that time, the frog stopped the enemy's power with its tongue. Our hero used the firebomb again. The killer fell, and the magical artifact, the ring, rolled off his hand. The execution of the killer was completed. Our hero received a reward. It was a skill that the killer possessed. The guy took the artifacts that belonged to the manager. He passed through the portal unhindered and found himself on the 7th floor. There the boy sat down to rest, as he felt that he was about to die. But from the 7th to the 9th floor, there was a development area, and he needed to deal with the goblins. Our hero examined the artifacts he had received in the fight with the killer, and the frog sat nearby. It was a metal helmet necklace. In case of danger, it turned into an automatic metal helmet, as well as a bracelet of gravity and a brooch of boiling force. He thanked the frog and thought that without her he would hardly have been able to win. As a token of gratitude, he presented her with a whole plate of meat. At this time, in the guest house of the Sangun Guild, the manager sat on the bed. He remembered yesterday's fight and that he lost, and that all his skills were taken away from him. The manager decided that he would find this bastard and kill him. His assistant knocked on the door and entered. The manager told him that he was resigning from his post, handing over all duties to the assistant. But first he wanted to deal with that freak who had been causing trouble in the square yesterday. The guards told the manager that they couldn't stop the bastard and the portal was breached. Our hero felt that he had a new skill, threat to the enemy, which temporarily paralyzed him. The guy saw goblins nearby and decided to practice on them. The hero swung his sword and the goblins scattered in different directions. It turned out that the skill received from OG Hyuk helped our hero to instantly fulfill the conditions for passing the 7th floor. After that, a portal opened and the guy thought maybe he should go straight to the 8th floor. But he thought about it. After all, the 7th floor was a development site, so maybe there was something else here. While he was thinking, he was suddenly attacked by goblins. The guy dealt with several dozen goblins and was very tired. For the massacre of the goblins, he was given a reward, a beginner's kit. It was a small capsule. It was used on the 7th to 9th floors during monster hunting. It improved the stats. The guy swallowed the capsule and thought that now he understood why this was a development area. He felt a surge of new strength, but now he had to hunt from the very beginning, raising his stats. At this time, another goblin appeared. After killing this goblin, our hero's stats grew and reached the limit available for the beginner's set. Our hero was always helped only by a frog that sat in his bosom. The guy really wanted to relax, but he still had to complete a quest, the massacre of the monster boss of the 7th floor. But all information about it was classified. He climbed up a branch of a tall tree and thought that his abilities were not all powerful either, and in the end he would have to look for the boss monster himself. But there were only goblin-shaped monsters around, so Hyun-soo thought that the boss was also a goblin. He saw a goblin with jewels and decided that the boss monster was him. The boy sat on a branch and thought. The goblin with the jewels seemed very cowardly to him. Our hero told Dokchun that it was time to earn his food. The goblin with the jewels seemed to sense something and became wary. He smelled the jewel, but at the same time he smelled the blood of his brothers. The goblin still decided to follow the smell of the jewels. Suddenly he saw a golden frog holding a pink pearl in its mouth. Our hero sat on a branch and watched as the frog sparkled gold and attracted the goblin. Finally, the goblin with the jewels appeared. He noticed the golden frog. He stretched out his hands with huge claws towards her and bared his teeth in a joyful smile. It was the embodiment of greed. Our hero followed the goblin and decided that he could catch him. He dropped a firebomb on the goblin. The frog lost its golden color and jumped to the side. The goblin stood all in smoke and could not understand where the jewel had gone. The frog jumped onto our hero's chest. The guy was very pleased. Dokchun had done a good job. Meanwhile, the goblin recovered a little from the impact of the firebomb and stretched out his paws to our hero. Hyun-soo hid the frog in his inventory, and since the jewel disappeared, the goblin's power disappeared as well. The goblin couldn't understand what was happening and where his treasure had gone. Our hero attacked the goblin with a sword and dealt with him. For defeating the boss of the 7th floor, he was given 3,000 points. As a trophy, our hero received a goblin's bag of jewels. You could put a lot of things in there. The guy also received a skill book, a soul stone, and a piece of the key to the ruins. He looked at the piece of the key. The ruins were a place that could be opened under special conditions. There were rumors that there were untold treasures there. There were 3 pieces of the key, and they were on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. The guy lay down to rest, and at the same time looked at the reaction to his publication. The reaction was not as good as he expected. A guy with the nickname Baldhead made some noise in the square and opened a portal. On the 8th floor, orcs were waiting for our hero. The boy looked at them boldly, grabbing the hilt of his sword. With one swing of his sword, he cut the orc's head in half. Our hero felt the effect of the beginner's kit. His physical strength doubled. Suddenly he saw a huge orc right in front of him. A huge glove flew into the guy's face. It was the fighter Kittentak from the Root Teeth tribe who challenged our hero to a duel. This orc's face was so fierce that flames were shooting out of his eyes. He had a ring in his nose. A crowd of orcs gathered around them to watch the fight. Suddenly, the orc who challenged our hero to a duel began to boast about his biceps. Our hero gave himself a boost of speed and swung his sword. The orc was stunned. How dare this scoundrel attack him while he was posing? The next second, the fighter was already lying dead. Cho Hyun-soo was declared the winner, receiving 500 points. The guy noticed some gold medals on the dead orc's chest. These were the medals of the Root Teeth tribe. Our hero took them into his inventory. Suddenly he received a message with an offer to challenge the great leader of the orc tribe. Due to the appearance of a strong enemy, warriors from every tribe were called upon. And now, in front of our hero, there were 3 huge orcs, posing and flexing their muscles. Suddenly their numbers began to increase. They were excited and furious. Our hero was horrified. The orcs kept coming and coming. Each of them threw him a gauntlet. In the end, 28 gloves knocked the guy down. Hyun-soo used a smokescreen and the orcs lost sight of him. At this time, he quietly crept up to one of the orcs and pierced his chest with his sword. The orc fell to his knees and the others looked on in horror. The guy activated his ability and felt the strongest threat coming from the orcs. He rushed forward with all his might, activating the acceleration with the help of the upgrade cube. He rushed from one orc to another, striking with his sword. Soon there was not a single living orc left. Our hero earned 5,000 points and improved his performance. Hyun-soo won the orc championship and earned the right to challenge the great tribal leader. He had only 10 seconds to think. If he refused, he would lose the right to challenge. And now our hero is standing before the great leader of the orc tribe. It was Delkinos, the boss monster of the 8th floor. Hyun-soo thought that the tribe leader was sleeping and decided to attack first. He threw a firebomb at him, hoping to finish the orc off in one hit. He was already happy, but suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The chief was still sitting in the same position and dozing. He didn't even wake up from the explosion, but the seat flew out from under him. Finally, the orc opened his eyes. He was sitting on an invisible chair. The tribal chieftain declared that it was not an invisible chair, but a squat. It was many times larger than our hero. Suddenly he picked up a barbell and said that today was his leg day. But because our hero had interfered with him, the orc demanded atonement for his guilt. He grabbed the barbell and shouted that guilt could only be atoned for by death. Thus began the battle with the great chief. The chief roared so powerfully that Hyun-soo's body was momentarily paralyzed. The next second, the guy saw a giant axe flying towards him. The orc became completely enraged and rushed to attack, swinging his axe. He swung his weapon in all directions, sending up stone fragments from the blows. Hyun-soo jumped up, activating the skill, and clutched the firebomb in his hand. Our hero threw it right in the orc's face. But even after the bomb hit, the leader only became stronger. He had the property of resilience. When receiving a mortal wound, his strength increased. Hyun-soo realized that everything was bad. The orc was chasing him with an axe. The guy barely managed to dodge the blows. Everything was very strange. The more he hit the orc, the stronger it became. Our hero decided to change tactics. He used his skill and once again felt the mortal threat coming from the tribal leader. The leader sought to deal a crushing blow, but Hyun-soo hid behind a rock and froze like a mouse. Using his ability to see hidden information, he learned that the leader's weak point was his back. He looked out from behind cover and thought that there was little he could do about it. Then he had an idea: merging abilities. It turned out that you can combine skills and create new ones. While he was deciding how to do this, the orc discovered him and pointed an axe in his direction. Hyun-soo barely dodged the blow that split the rock in half. The fusion of skills was successful. Now the guy has the ability to turn into fog and accelerate at the same time. He appeared before the orc's eyes from the fog and shouted that he was coming. The leader was very surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes. Hyun-soo jumped up and delivered a powerful blow to the orc's back. The orc roared in pain and straightened up. The guy hung on his dagger, unable to pull it out of the orc. The guy remembered the artifacts he had in his inventory and took out a brooch and a bracelet of gravity. His strength increased, and he began to command the orc, telling him to do squats with weights and straighten his back while doing so. When receiving a mortal wound, the orc's abilities only increased. Then our hero grabbed a firebomb and stuck it into the wound on his back. The orc's body was torn apart from the inside by a firebomb. Hyun-soo received a message that he had eliminated the great tribal leader. The quest was completed. The guy climbed onto the orc's corpse and celebrated his victory, raising his hands up. 2 bright spots lit up in the sky. This was our hero's reward. He received another piece of the key to the ruins. Now the key was gradually becoming similar to its original image. It was emitting a weak sacred power. Hyun-soo decided that he would definitely find these ruins, but at that moment, a clot of something flew into his forehead. It was a concentrated clot of the great tribal leader, containing the power of the main orc. Our hero decided that this thing needed to be eaten. He swallowed the concentrated clot of the great tribal leader. After that, all the power of the orc was absorbed into him. His indicators instantly increased. The guy washed himself because the smell from him after eating the clot was terrible. Hyun-soo dug a hole and lit a fire. He decided to cook something to eat. He received a message that Ji-hyuk, the manager from the 7th floor, had gone upstairs. He probably did it to catch our hero. Therefore, the guy had little time to rest. He urgently needed to become stronger. Former manager Ji-hyuk killed 100 goblins and thought the chat information was true. So the words about the tutorial were true too. He took the white pill and his memories became increasingly hazy. So the talk about the white pellet and memory loss is true after all. We see the new guild member Sangun Seongmo, who has risen to the 39th floor. Ji-hyuk thought about our hero. Will he be able to rise to the top? The former manager also decided to go upstairs. Hyun-soo had dealt with all the orcs on the 8th floor. Now he could go up to the 9th floor, which was the last floor of the development area. On the 9th floor, you had to deal with the horned wolves. They don't spit poisonous saliva like goblins, and they don't use weapons like orcs, but you still have to be careful. Suddenly the boy saw something. It was the tip of a dagger, which was right next to his pupil. In fact, it was a sharp wolf horn. These wolves had a horn on their foreheads. They would gather in a pack and eat their victims by piercing them with their horn. Our hero killed the wolf that tried to attack him. The other wolves stood around him but did not dare to attack. However, their horns were so sharp that Hyun-soo began to worry, as there were wolves on all sides. The wolves attacked him, and the boy barely had time to dodge. They had our hero in a ring and were squeezing him, getting closer and closer. The guy was desperately waving his sword. The wolves closed in on each other and pressed their horns against each other. Our hero jumped up and found himself above them. He stood on the tip of these horns and held a sword in his hands. Hyun-soo quickly dealt with the horned wolves using the gravity ring, and the wolves fell dead. Our hero wanted to quickly climb up to the 10th floor and tell about the passage of the 9th. But then a second group of wolves attacked him. They were even larger and more vicious than the first. But he had a firebomb in reserve, and he used it again. After dealing with the horned wolves, Hyun-soo's stats rose again. Night came, and with the coming of night the wolf Dalkin appeared. He became perfect on the 7th night. When night fell, the boy had a bad feeling. He picked up a luminescent stone that emitted light itself. There were no horned wolves anywhere, but he felt something pass him by. Hyun-soo thought he was imagining things. He didn't see that the monster was standing behind him at that time. It was something like a ghost, smiling good-naturedly. Our hero drew his sword, but the ghost was streamlined. The sword passed through his body. The boy was surprised that no harm was done to this monster. The boy felt how Dalkin was taking his abilities away and sucking them into himself. Other ghosts appeared that acted only in the artificially created night, the abtectors. They belonged to Dalkin. They could suck out some of the enemy's abilities, and normal attacks had no effect on them. They surrounded our hero. Each of them wanted to get a part of his power. The victory over Dalkin was rewarded with a bonus, the title Caller of the Night. The guy really wanted to get it, but he didn't understand how to defeat these ghosts. Every minute he lost some of his abilities. Finally, Hyun-soo threw a firebomb at those ghosts, but the firebomb didn't work against them. The guy started to run, and the ghosts entangled his legs, sucking out the last of his abilities. Finally, he fell, completely exhausted. The frog Dokchun jumped up, opening his mouth, and then she fell, attracting the attention of the ghosts and thus distracting them from Hyun-soo. The guy realized what kind of maneuver Dokchun was planning. At this time, the frog struck these ghosts with its energy. So Hyun-soo jumped out from the ghost's surroundings. Then he finished off the rest with his energy clot. Dokchun looked like a winner and had a very satisfied look. At that moment, some unfinished ghost appeared. The guy grabbed a piece of the key and hit the ghost with it. It was too early to think about victory. The ghosts surrounded our hero again. The guy did not lose his head and used all his artifacts. Together with Dokchun, he defeated the ghosts. The day came. The ghosts had disappeared, but Hyun-soo was completely exhausted. His seal had been removed. He urgently needed a weapon in which he could place sacred power and strike with it. He thought it would be a good idea to turn a piece of the key into a weapon. At that moment, a horned wolf appeared in front of him and bared its teeth. He was very close and was already preparing to attack our hero. But the guy didn't lose his composure and grabbed the wolf in his arms. And then he squeezed his spine so hard that it fell apart into pieces. The other horned wolves who were nearby became thoughtful, looking at their dead comrade. Hyun-soo invited them to come closer and promised to embrace them in the same way. It turned out that when 30 horned wolves were killed, night was coming. The guy took the sacred staff, which emitted a weak sacred power. He made it himself. He put a piece of the key in a leather pouch, filled the empty space with sand, and tied it to a stick. Waving his staff, the boy shouted that the ghosts were finished. Indeed, it was more convenient to beat ghosts with this staff because it contained sacred power. He quickly dealt with all the ghosts. Finally, he killed 100 ghosts out of 100. Hyun-soo sat down under a tree, made a fire, and decided to rest a little. Our hero was worried about those guys who would also go up to the 9th floor, but they would not have the same artifacts as he did. He decided to open the community chat and read what they were writing. He realized that the guys were still on the 8th floor. Hyun-soo wrote in the community about the most important thing, about weapons with sacred power. Some guy named Lee Jun-suk asked to be our hero's friend. Hyun-soo checked, and it turned out that this Lee Jun-suk had been leaving good comments on his posts. Gradually, the boy began to regain his strength. Another request came from Lee Jun-suk. After accepting him as a friend, our hero thought that if he added him, something good would happen. At this time, Dokchun began to burp loudly. At this point, Jun Seok wrote that he really wanted to talk to our hero, since he also knew the truth about the white granule. Lee Jun-seok said that his deceased brother was a rookie in the Gurion Guild. A rookie is someone that the big guilds cultivate as the main force of the next generation. Gurion is the #1 guild among the major guilds, boasting overwhelming authority. Hyun-soo thought that it was a great fortune for him to learn such information. Lee Jun-suk wrote that he was impressed by our hero's publications and sent him some kind of gift. This was the way to get past the 13th floor. It seems that this Lee Jun-seok not only had a lot of information, but also money. Our hero decided it was time to move forward. But if you think about recent events, then in his current state it was not easy to do this. The guy decided to prepare better and opened a store. Hyun-soo activated the first skill box. It contained the skill Pretend Dead. In the second skill box, he received Killer Pose and the Return skill. The guy was furious. Why did he need such skills? And why did he even believe in luck? Before he could think about it, a sudden burst of mana appeared. This was real luck. The guy was pleased and activated the skills glow. After the massacre of the horned wolves, the beginner's kit reached its maximum and stopped working. All that remains is to kill the last wolf to open the way to the boss. Hyun-soo cut down the wolf with his sword without much difficulty. After the last wolf was killed, the 7th night arrived. The activation of the Dalkan seal began, but something went wrong. The seal was not removed. An error occurred. Then the boy saw the first seal being removed, followed by the second. At that moment, a terrible roar was heard. The wolf Dalkan, caller of the night, was raising his body. The guy got ready for battle, took out his sword and looked around. Everything was fine. Dalkan began to act. Two huge glowing eyes flashed in the darkness. The guy threw a firebomb at him. Dalkan is the boss monster of the 9th floor. Part of its power was still sealed. It was a giant wolf with glowing eyes. The firebomb didn't hurt him. Then the hero took out the power-up cubes. He loaded another firebomb and threw it, but Dalkan's giant paw had already appeared nearby. Dokchun came to the rescue and directed a stream of chaos at the monster. After this, Hyun-soo was able to approach the monster, as the wolf was clearly weakened. Dalkan was the embodiment of darkness, which meant that only sacred power or light worked against him. Hyun-soo used both. Dalkan weakened a little but tried to grab the hero with his clawed paws. The boy activated the sacred power to disable one of the parts of the monster and plunged the sword into that part. This time our hero succeeded. Thanks to the fusion of skills, he still held on, even though victory was far away. Suddenly, the monster raised its head and howled terribly. He used a breath attack, even though he seemed to be a wolf, not a dragon. But this skill was partially sealed, so it only worked halfway. Dalkan became terribly angry, his eyes flashing with yellow fire. Hyun-soo realized that the seals on Dalkan had not been completely removed, meaning the monster was limited. Delighted by this discovery, he swung and tried to deliver the decisive blow. But he was thrown back by a powerful wave. His staff with sacred power broke. Dalkan took advantage of the moment and began to attack. Our hero realized that the sword was not enough to win. The monster was already extending its claws, preparing to tear Hyun-soo apart. Then he decided to use Plan B. He jumped on Dalkan's head. He ordered Dokchun to use the water cannon. He spat his energy saliva at Dalkan. At this time, Hyun-soo jumped on the monster's back. He grabbed the fur tightly as the monster thrashed about, trying to throw him off. The guy didn't let go. He lay on his back, clinging with all his might. He threw another firebomb right under the monster's ear. Dalkan howled in pain. He started running around the forest like a madman. The pain gave him no peace. Hyun-soo gathered all of his skills into one powerful strike and fired them at Dalkan, intending to end it. After this attack, the monster collapsed and died. The guy looked at the monster's corpse. There was a huge hole in its side, pierced by a firebomb. But Dokchun pointed out to our hero that the monster might still be alive. It seemed impossible. After such an attack, this monster should not have survived. But suddenly the monster jumped to its feet. It became even bigger than it was. Its eyes were burning with fire, and saliva was dripping from its mouth. Dalkan used the sealed skills and put his life and his existence on the line. The guy felt with the help of his superpower that something terrible was approaching. He ordered Dokchun to retreat, and he himself took the fire scroll and rushed to attack. Our hero's face was scorched by fire. He exploded the scroll, which released a powerful flame. The flames engulfed not only Hyun-soo, but also the monster. To survive, our hero used the skill of turning into fog. After such an attack, there was nothing left of Dalkan. A message appeared that Hyun-soo had dealt with Dalkan. He got back all the skills sucked out by the ghosts. The guy fainted from the intense strain. Dokchun also lay there exhausted, his tongue hanging out. A message appeared that Hyun-soo had earned 10,000 points. He was also given a reward, the last piece of the key to the ruins. Now Hyun-soo had the entire key that emanated sacred power. All that was left was to find the ruins themselves. The boy was given a reward, a scarf made of Dalkan fur and the title Caller to the Night. On the 30th floor of the tower, newcomer Choi Sang-mo stood and smoked a cigarette. He thought about Ji-hyuk. What an idiot he was. It would be a shame if the 6th floor wasn't breached. Two people entered the room, newcomer Kim Chung-hui and newcomer Lee Ha-young. They began to discuss the man they had missed on the 6th floor. It seemed he had even broken through the 10th floor. Kim Jong-hoo said that he may have just posted as if he was on the 13th floor, but he may actually be on the 10th. He posted under the nickname Beautiful Princess, and there was virtually no information about him. Kim Jong-hoo said that there is a high possibility that the unknown person from the 6th floor named Kim Jong-soo could be this beautiful princess. Oh Ji-hyuk encountered the supposed Kim Jong-soo and is currently pursuing him, so Choi Sang-mo asked the two rookies to cooperate. They decided to take on people from his circle. They were Bald Head, Lick My Top, and another one. They all had such funny nicknames. There was no information about the person with the nickname Lick My Head, but many eyewitnesses saw the person with the nickname Your Head is Bald. Kim Jong-hoo said that first we need to catch the person with the nickname Your Head is Bald. Hyun-soo found himself on the 10th floor in the safe zone. He was in the square near the fountain. Suddenly, the boy got hit in the face and fell. In front of him stood a girl with ears on her head. It was a vicious NPC Lilka. A forced quest began which had deadly conditions. He decided to run away so as not to attract attention. But Lily caught up with him at that very second. Hyun-soo was barely standing on his feet from running so fast, and the girl with fox ears and a foxtail had already blocked his path and wasn't even out of breath. The guy shouted at her that there was no point in going around here and giving out such shitty quests. The essence of the task was to find materials, viper skin, fire dragon scales, and deliver them personally. The fire dragon was a level 5 monster. It was stronger than Dalkin. To complete this quest, he had to go to the 10th floor, die, and start over. But Lilka said he could do it. The fox began to examine the artifacts that our hero had. She really liked the scarf made of Dalkin fur. But most of all, Lilka liked Hyun-soo's pet, and she asked to sell the frog. Lilka said that she would give a high price for the frog. The guy replied that he was not selling. At this time, the Earth Hammer, created from the collected power of the continent of Hupofuko, appeared. Lilka offered many more wonderful artifacts. Hyun-soo's mouth began to water at the sight of such riches, and the lily kept raising the price. Suddenly, our hero started to burp black. Dokchun had slapped his tongue across his cheek. Hyun-soo said he wouldn't sell the frog, but Lila said that if he changed his mind, she was always ready to buy it. The guy came to the guest house. He wanted to relax, because as soon as he went up to the 10th floor, he immediately received a quest. He looked at the list of normal quests, like find the Empress's lost dog or work at the guest house. Instead, he wasted time with the lily. At this time, an event was taking place at the Kilderashal Arena, where hunters were testing their strength. It was held in a tournament format, and the winner received a reward. The guy decided to take part too, and just in case put on a mask that imitated the image of a monster. He came to the arena and saw a sleeping man with horns on his head. It was Kilderas. Our hero wanted to apply for participation in the tournament. Kilderas saw the head of a monster in front of him in his sleep. The next moment, the guy was already sitting on the ground, thrown back by a terrible force. Kilderas came over to see if the monster was dead or not. He was puzzled as to where a monster could appear in the safe zone. But then, looking more closely, he realized that there was a man in front of him. Hyun-soo sat there and thought he almost died. Just one blow from Kilderas made him look like this. Kilderas asked the boy why he came wearing a monster mask. Kilderas is the arena manager on the 10th floor in the safe zone. Our hero came to participate in the fights, but since he wore a mask, Kilderas realized that he did not want to reveal his identity and registered him under the name Evil Eye. Kilderas said that he would put his fortune into the prize, and he was sure that our hero would win this tournament because he survived a blow from his fist. A space was created that was completely isolated from what was outside. Kilderas said that he will now share secret information with our hero. Since he is the manager of the arena, he can only give a reward through a prize. He said that an odd number of participants must advance to the finals, meaning that one person can win without a fight. He will give that spot to Hyun-soo. Our hero said that he would accept this kind offer. The blocked space was removed and Hyun-soo took his leave. The manager remained in his chair, anticipating the upcoming fight. It seemed like it would be interesting thanks to this guy. Hyun-soo went to the market to look for something that would enhance his abilities. He bought a whole bag of food at the market. The guy also bought a strong dagger, which had somewhat unclear abilities. He saw a crowd of people gathered in the square. They were shouting to cut off the hand of some bastard. Coming closer, our hero saw how they were beating some guy, apparently a pickpocket who had stolen someone's artifacts. Suddenly everyone stepped aside and Lee Jin-moo, the manager of the 10th floor and the murderer, approached. He approached the thief and said that he would deal with him himself. The thief, seeing the manager approaching, thought that he was finished. The manager said that if the thief knocked him down, he would turn a blind eye to his actions, but if he lost, he would cut off his hand. Hyun-soo didn't understand why the manager was making a big deal about catching the thief. But it turns out it was all a show to trigger the abilities. The thief had no choice but to engage in a fight with the manager. He attacked the manager, but he stood there as if nothing had happened. Now the manager struck. The thief fell dead. Hyun-soo observed the manager and realized that he was making many ineffective moves. His ability depends on attention, so he needs to fight him in a place where there are no people. Dealing with the manager was easier than he had previously thought. Our hero was walking through the market past a man who was sitting on a chair, and at that moment a frog began to croak. Whatever the man was sitting on glowed beneath him. The man jumped up from his chair and began to praise his shop. It was the best potion shop on the 10th floor. The man sold potions and hoped that his achievements would lead to the major guilds inviting him to join them. Hyun-soo pointed to the glowing box and asked if it was also medicine. The seller replied that it was medicine, but they were all defective. Our hero said that he would buy everything that was in the box. The seller said that if something went wrong, he would not be able to compensate for the loss. But the guy replied that this would not happen, and he himself thought that it was not he who would drink all this, but Dokchun. The seller said that he would only count the cost of the container. The guy thought that although the potions were defective, they still had some effect. He put all the bottles in his inventory and said goodbye to the seller. Hyun-soo walked through the city at night and thought that after realizing it, his 5 senses had definitely become more sensitive. The seller was watching our hero because he saw the jewelry in the guy's bag when he was putting the potions there. The salesman wanted to know where our hero was staying, because the Daesun Guild had said that they would hire him if he told where the man with the bag of jewels was staying. The guy was sitting on the roof at the time and heard the seller talking to himself. Hyun-soo decided that next time he wouldn't need to use the bag of jewels in front of people. Our hero stood on the roof and watched the seller. He realized that the seller wanted to give the guild's potions. He wanted to kill the seller at first, but then decided to deal with him in another way. The merchant came to the guild and said that one man bought potions from him and put them in a bag with jewelry. The manager asked him if he knew where the man was staying. The shopkeeper said that this person disappeared so suddenly. Then the manager thought that it might be Kim Jong-soo or Princess. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the seller offered his potions to the manager, who promised to hire him if everything turned out to be true. At this time, the assistant manager came and said that he could hardly believe that this was true. The manager took the bottle of potion and said that most likely this bastard was on the 10th floor. He immediately ordered his assistant to catch the man who had just arrived. Our hero sat in the guest house room and steamed Dokchun with the potion. He saw that it had acquired new properties. Now Dokchun could spit acidic saliva and emit fire. Our hero decided to go complete Lilka's quest before the battles began. Everyone in town was talking about how someone had tried to kill the manager of the Do Sun Guild with poison. The guy thought that he had managed to teach the potion traders a lesson. After all, he had written in the community yesterday so that no one would poison the guild members for his sake. At this time, the manager stood in front of the potion seller and said that if he defeated him, he would forgive him all his sins. The salesman shouted that he had been unfairly slandered and was innocent. The manager swung his sword at him. The seller's head was cut in half and he fell down dead. The crowd standing around cheered. But then the seller rose to his knees and the crowd shouted that he had returned and must be killed again. Our hero realized that the seller would respawn as long as he had coins, and when they ran out, he would be thrown out of the tower. On the one hand, the guy felt sorry for the salesman, but on the other hand, he believed that he should answer for his denunciation. On the 11th floor of the tower, we see a snake. Our hero dealt with Viper and got his skin. It was Lilka's request, Viper skin and fire dragon scales. The guy found the artifact he needed. It was a skill book with fire resistance. The guy chased away the snake to get the skill book. How happy he was when he saw the skill book for poisons. Our hero took 2 skill books. He gained resistance to fire and resistance to poison. It's a passive skill, so his level would automatically increase as he was in a hot place. On the 12th floor there were mud golems to deal with, as well as exploding lizards. This was not difficult for our hero, and the 12th floor was passed. A portal formed, and the guy was already about to enter it. When he entered the 13th floor, he saw several erupting volcanoes with hot lava flowing out of them. We had to survive in this hell for about 8 hours. Suddenly a scorpion appeared behind the guy, but Hyun-soo didn't lose his composure and cut off his poisonous tail. A fire dragon appeared behind the scorpion. It was a level 5 ancient dragon, and you had to dodge it to survive. Hyun-soo thought about how to attack such a dragon. It would be better to hide and wait until it left. But our hero needed his scales, so he had to attack the dragon. The guy saw a fire dragon drinking lava. This was a chance to attack him without being noticed. Hyun-soo rushed to attack the fire dragon, but at that very second he screamed terribly and lost consciousness. The boy woke up and saw that he was sitting on the bed. Dak-chun was lying next to him. The boy remembered that he had died, and in such a shameful way, because the dragon had stepped on him. This time the guy took his artifacts, the bracelet of gravity, the brooch of boiling power, the reinforcement cubes. He threw a firebomb at the dragon. The guy wanted to plunge his sword into him, but the sword broke on the dragon's scales. Our hero looked in surprise at the broken sword that was in his hand. The dragon's face was very close. The guy challenged an opponent who was impossible to defeat and was given 1,000 points in support. Hyun-soo thought that the dragon had incredible armor, and the firebomb didn't work on it. His weapon broke. The guy didn't know what to do next, where to find a suitable weapon. And then the guy remembered something and went to the guest house. He stopped near a huge building. The guy entered the competition manager's office. Lilka was there. The hero asked Lilka, "She wanted to take Dak-chun, didn't she?" The guy offered to bet on him. She said that she understood that the boy needed a sword that could withstand the fire dragon, and so he would borrow this sword from her, in exchange for the Chaos Frog. The guy said that if he exceeded the set time, he would transfer ownership of Dak-chun to Lilka and return the sword. Lilka was surprised by the impudence of our hero. He asks to borrow a weapon from the one who gave him the quest. This is absurd. Our hero said that many people have already received this quest, but no one has completed it. Lilka gives this quest to collect materials to complete the orders received. Hyun-soo said that only he could complete this quest, and placed a piece of dragon scale in front of her. Kildoras suddenly agreed to the guy's proposal. He said that this guy would definitely complete the quest. Hyun-soo waited for Lilka's decision. Lilka agreed. She brought out an extraordinary sword of frost flame. It exuded cold, but it was not whole, so it could not display its full power. Lilka said that she would lend the boy this sword, but so that he would not deceive her, she would take his frog as collateral. The sword rental period is a week. During this time, the guy must bring the scales of a fire dragon. If he succeeds, Lilka promised to give him the sword too. And if Hyun-soo fails or runs away, Lilka will take Manju. That's what she called the frog. The guy agreed. That was the deal. When the guy was about to leave, Kildoras threw him Zaboy's skill book, which killed monsters. Lilka said that she didn't think that Kildoras would give him such a skill book. Thanks to his fire-resistant skill, the guy still held on, but it was very difficult to fight in such heat. The guy couldn't kill the dragon with his current skills. He only needed to tear off one scale. The dragon had one scale on its neck that stuck out. It had to be torn off at the moment when it drank lava. The time had come. The dragon bent down to drink some lava, and the guy was sitting in ambush. Grabbing the sword, our hero rushed at the dragon. He used all his skills to strengthen the blow. The dragon beat the ground with his tail so hard that stones flew in all directions. The guy plunged his sword into the dragon's back, into the place where the scale was sticking out. Our hero held a torn-off dragon scale in his hands. His hand was red-hot from the fire. The boy plunged his sword into a scale on the dragon's neck while it was drinking and tore it off. The dragon growled in pain and could not understand what was happening. The guy climbed onto his back. Hyunsu used all his artifacts, the firebomb and the gravity bracelet. The dragon raised its head and headed towards the guy. Our hero thought he was finished. The guy started to run. The dragon opened its mouth. Hyunsu managed to hide behind a rock, but he decided that he couldn't run away all the time and had to finish the battle before the boost ran out. The guy rushed at the dragon and shouted that this time he would definitely take his scales. The dragon turned and rushed at our hero. The guy used the fog acceleration skill. The dragon was enveloped in fog. He couldn't understand where our hero had gone. The boy reached out from the fog and grabbed the sword. He stood on the dragon's back and held a sword with a scale on it. He also used a skill that called upon the night. The artificial night was activated, and at night the ability indicators were enhanced. The guy tried to tear off the scale with his sword, but he couldn't do it. The dragon roared in pain and tried to throw off our hero. The dragon summoned the abductors. The hero himself had very little time left to tear off the scale. He had very little time left when the sword jumped out. The guy had no choice but to grab the scale with his bare hands. Because of the heat, he couldn't feel his hands. The scales still did not give in. The dragon roared and threw our hero off his back, but the scales still gave in and came off. The guy got the scales. He defeated the dragon. All that was left was to find Lilka and give her the scales. But the guy died. At this time, on the 10th floor in the arena, the fights were about to begin. Half of the audience was from guilds that were recruiting talented personnel. On the balcony stood the manager of the Daesun Guild, Lee Jinmu, and the manager of the Eclipse Guild, Park Sai-hyuk. One of them noticed that while they remained managers of the lower floor, those who started with them had already risen much higher. In order to rise to the top, the manager of the Eclipse Guild had to carry out an order from above. He was assigned to catch a man with the nickname, "Your Head is Bald." Arena manager Kildoras announced the start of the fights. Since our hero had an infinite amount of coins, he came back to life and rushed to the arena. He was late. He ran to the arena but was told to wait. He had already passed the preliminary selection and was supposed to participate immediately in the final. The host announced the participants, and the hero was surprised. There were so many spectators. Spectators drank beer, ate hot dogs, and eagerly awaited the start of the fights. Kildoras introduced the participants of the final selection. There were 15 of them in total, and they were divided into groups A and B. The audience began to be indignant. Where did the last member of Group B come from? But Kildoras harshly stopped the discontent, saying that the issue had already been resolved. He got so angry that he made all the spectators shut up, including our hero. Then Kildoras relented a little and rescinded his punishment. However, in order to please the public, he still decided to punish our hero. He temporarily sealed one of his skills. The hero thought that a regular player has 4 skills, and losing one is minus a third of his strength. But he has many more skills, so it's not scary. For privacy reasons, Kildoras only announced the rank and level of the skill without naming it. In fact, the skill Night Vision was sealed. The arena master called out the first participant, Yoon Gi-hak, who was appointed as the next manager of the Eclipse Guild. His opponent was a man with a very long name, which included the princess's nickname. Hearing this name, Hyun-soo hurried to open the game community and saw that many had already reached the 10th floor. He suspected that this man with the long nickname was the same, "Your Head is Bald." Perhaps it was for the best that he did not reveal his real nickname, but despite all the measures, the viewers recognized him. Suddenly, this man approached our hero and began to stare at him. The guy in the green suit shouted that he had a cool mask. Suddenly, light spots appeared on our hero's back. It seemed that some effect had been activated. The opponent asked why he had such a nickname. He liked the princess, and he wanted to catch her himself. That way he would definitely get a newbie spot. Kildores gave the command to begin the battle. At that very second, the man in the green suit jumped up to his opponent and delivered several quick blows. He stated that he would be the one to continue the relationship with the princess. After that, he delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's jaw. The enemy's teeth fell out. It was a flying blow. Yun Gi-hak was defeated and fell to the ground. The first fight ended and the winner was declared. Yun-su thought that this guy in a green suit was really strong. The winner turned to the princess, thinking she was in the hall, and promised to bring her the trophies. The newcomers in the room thought that this guy was much stronger than they said. It would be a tough fight with him. Guild manager Dason decided that when this guy got exhausted after fighting, he would crush him without mercy. But an assistant approached him and said a request had come from other large guilds. Everyone wants to accept a person with the nickname, "Your head is bald." They have been ordered not to touch him. They intend to cancel the plan to capture him by contacting the higher-ups. All the major guilds except Eclipse, Dason, and Sangoon want to lure this player over. And at this time, that same weirdo from the arena confessed his feelings to the princess. Yun-su thought that the guy was clearly out of his mind. He didn't even realize that the princess was actually a guy. Although this played into his hands, the hero's disguise remained reliable. And now it was our hero's turn. He performed under the nickname Evil. Since he made it to the finals without any qualifying fights, the public hated him. His opponent turned out to be the former manager of the 6th floor, Oh Ji-hyuk. Judging by how quickly he rose, some guild was helping him. Ji-hyuk said that the hero's figure reminded him of the bastard he was looking for and promised to rip off the mask. Hyun-soo showed him the middle finger. The atmosphere was heating up. The fight was beginning. Even though the hero had used the power-up cubes beforehand, he still received 2 powerful blows from Oh Ji-hyuk. After that, he landed a couple of good blows of his own. But then suddenly, Oh Ji-hyuk's leg loaded into the arena. Our hero used his skill. Now Hyun-soo had the opportunity to deliver the main blow. Our hero was spinning in such a whirlwind that even Oh Ji-hyuk covered his face with his hands. And now Oh Ji-hyuk is on her knees. But suddenly Hyun-soo felt that his body was not moving. He was entangled in threads of mana. It was Oh Ji-hyuk who caught him in his net. Taking advantage of the fact that our hero was immobilized, Oh Ji-hyuk hit him with all his might. The impact caused firebombs to pop out of him. But these were just smoke shells. It was impossible to see anything because of the smoke, but Oh Ji-hyuk felt that his opponent had a metal helmet on his head. About Ji-hyuk decided that Kim Jong-soo was standing in front of him. Oh Ji-hyuk said that all the walkthroughs that Princess posted, except for the tutorial section that he doesn't remember, turned out to be true. He added that he believed the princess was not one person, but a group with a network of informants. Our hero was indignant. Did Oh Ji-hyuk really make all this noise just to ask him about this? Oh Ji-hyuk replied that if the information from the princess is true, he is ready to help her. The Frenchman asked him, "Isn't this a betrayal?" But Oh Ji-hyuk replied that the guild was just a means for him. The main thing was hatred for monsters and the desire to become stronger. It's time to find out which one of them will win. Our hero rushed to attack Oh Ji-hyuk. He knocked him to the ground. Even his mana threads didn't help. Our hero sat on top with a satisfied face, and Oh Ji-hyuk reached out his hand to him. Hyun-soo used his firebomb. Our hero had resistance to fire, so he only became hot, and Oh Ji-hyuk remained motionless. Our hero was declared the winner. Now all the guilds were trying to get their hands on him. There is one fight left until the final. Our hero and the man in the green suit are supposed to meet in it. He told Kildores that he wanted to start the fight right away. A new opponent of our hero entered the arena. The guy knocked him down with one blow of a stone. Now he has become the final winner of Group B. The man with the nickname "Your Head is Bald" thought. His opponent was strong. and yet he believed that victory would be his. He wanted to win so that he could present the trophy to the princess. For some reason he thought that the princess was a pretty girl, so he jumped up and shouted, "Was the princess watching his fight?" Our hero quickly wrote in the chat that if the man in green wins, he will meet him. Your head is bald was simply eager to win. Hyun-soo thought it was too early to reveal his identity to him. The prizes for winning the tournament were announced. For second place, 3,000 points in Level B. Kildora's announced the grand prize, a winner's trophy, 5,000 points, 1 B-level skill book, and the right to summon Kildora's himself. The audience screamed with delight. One of the newcomers threw down a challenge on the 59th floor. If he passes, he will become an S-level hunter. Hyun-soo and his opponent stood opposite each other. The fight began, and the guy in the green suit rushed to attack our hero. Hyun-soo barely dodged it. That guy was so fast. Our hero's opponent was an excellent fist fighter. But Hyun-soo was no slouch. He used the skill against the enemy. When the guy in green blocked the sword with his metal glove, he asked Hyun-soo if he knew the princess. He replied that he knew her better than anyone. Our hero rushed to attack again, but this idiot... He used foggy acceleration, and the guy in green lost sight of our hero. Then Hyun-soo suddenly appeared in front of his opponent and stopped him with his hand. It was checkmate. The guy in green couldn't do anything, because the guy already had a firebomb in his hand, and he detonated it. In the fire, the enemy looked like a monster, with strong self-defense. He was ready to do anything just to win and dedicate his victory to the princess. The guy in green had the skill Toughness, and when he received a mortal wound, his abilities were enhanced. Hyun-soo couldn't understand how this idiot managed to get 2 A-level skills. Our hero decided to use power-up cubes and super armor. To ensure victory, he also used a gravity bracelet. They rushed at each other again, but the guy in green was able to repel the attack with maximum severity. It was impossible to inflict a mortal wound on this idiot. Then Hyun-soo decided to act differently and took the Frost Flame Sword. He took the Brooch of Boiling Power, the Bracelet of Gravity, and the Sword of Frost Flame, and rushed to attack. It was an unimaginable clash. All skills were used against the enemy. Our hero used a water bomb on this idiot, but he repelled all attacks. The guy in green had almost the same skills as our hero. Finally, he concentrated all his strength on one point with the intention of delivering a killing blow. The blow was so strong that stones flew in all directions. Sweat was running down his forehead. This guy in green already considered himself the winner. Our hero was on all fours. He couldn't get up. He said that this guy has both technique and a sense of battle. Everything is excellent, and his skills are almost cheating. He gets stronger from the battle itself. Well, what will he say against overwhelming force? Such force was released that the spectators in the stands felt sick, not to mention the guy in green. Kildora's then created a barrier to keep the spectators safe, but this meant that the fight itself was not visible. When the isolation disappeared, it turned out that Hyun-soo was standing on his feet, and his opponent was lying defeated. The winner received trophies and a prize. The managers sitting in the VIP box disappeared. Even their assistants disappeared from the guild. Our hero thought that there was a smell of something unclean here. The guy in the green suit was lying on a hospital bed and coming to his senses. He received a message that he was entitled to 3,000 points. He realized that he had lost. He also received the Green Dragon's Breath as a prize, which contains the special power and poisonous energy of the Green Dragon. Having inhaled this power, the guy immediately improved all his indicators, and in addition, he became resistant to all poisons. He wrote to the princess in the community that he was unable to win and take first place. At this time, both managers were standing in front of the entrance and waiting for the guy in green until he left the hospital. As soon as he came out, they immediately arrested him. Representatives of the largest guilds, Eclipse and Dasan, and also the managers of the 10th floor gathered here. The guy in green thought that they were going to catch him from the very beginning. Guild leaders began to complain that managers were preventing them from recruiting fighters. The managers reported that this bastard was connected to the princess and needed to be detained. Hearing the princess's name, the guy in green decided that she was being bullied and took a fighting stance. Now the whole crowd pounced on him. At this time, our hero walked and looked for Lilka. She was supposed to come to watch his fight. He saw Kildoras, who congratulated him on his victory. Hyun-soo asked him if he had seen Lilka. Kildoras asked what kind of opponent our hero had today. The guy said that it was their first meeting in person, but you could say that they knew each other. He walked up to the heavy metal door and grabbed the handle. Lilka was sitting on the floor, holding her elbow. He showed Lilka the scales of the fire dragon and said that he came for Dak-chun. He saw Dak-chun sitting in a rocking chair wearing a hat and dress. Seeing our hero, Dak-chun threw himself on his neck, and his dress flew off. Dak-chun hugged our hero with all his might, and Lilka sat and cried. Lilka's quest was completed, and the right to possess the Frost Flame Ball passed to Mr. Cho Hyun-soo. Suddenly, Kildoras became very angry because a message came that the managers and Baldy were fighting. Hyun-soo thought that because of him, the guy in green became a target for the big guilds. Kildoras offered our hero to complete a quest. He wanted to intervene himself, but due to system limitations, he could not. Our hero, grabbing the sword of Frost Flame, rushed forward to save the guy in green, who took second place. At this time, a real battle was taking place in the courtyard. The guy in green was fighting with the guild members and managers. Hyun-soo rushed at the fighters like a hurricane. He decided to start with the managers. One of the managers was defeated. Hyun-soo shouted to the guy in green that he had arrived. The guy in green was very weak. He wondered what the winner was doing here. Hyun-soo told him that he came at the request of the princess. They stood back to back and took up defensive positions. Their strength was enough for 3 minutes of fighting, but during this time they had to deal with all the attackers. The guild members fell one after another. The manager of the 10th floor asked our hero why he was helping the guy in green. Hyun-soo replied that it was none of his business and charged at him. Dak-chun spat poisonous saliva at the manager. The saliva got on the manager's face and he felt really bad. There was a clot of energy that was burning him from the inside. One killer was dealt with. Our hero received a reward and the skill that the killer possessed. Hyun-soo told the guy in green that he had dealt with the manager, but what he saw left him in shock. The guy in green was lying on the ground, being finished off with his feet. He was begging for salvation. Then Hyun-soo, without thinking, threw a firebomb. He lifted the boy from the ground and helped him stand up. Before they had time to come to their senses, new people appeared who wanted to pounce on them. Our hero was also a little tired. He climbed high up to the roof where he saw the figure of Oh Ji-hyuk. Oh Ji-hyuk held small blue balls in his hands. He threw these balls into the crowd and they started exploding. The attackers began to choke. Perhaps it was poison. So Oh Ji-hyuk wasn't lying when he said he would help. Hyun-soo carried the guy in green, who was already unconscious, on his shoulders. Once they were in a safe place, the guy in green was placed in a special chamber to come back to normal. He was completely exhausted, and his body and magic power were exhausted. So Kildoras and Hyun-soo put him in this special device for treatment. Our hero said that he can't stand watching the group members being hunted by large guilds, but he can't do it alone. He needs help. He told Kildoras that he trusted him. Kildoras was delighted and offered the boy to become friends, since lately everyone who had climbed the tower had treated him and Lilka like some kind of robots. Our hero said that he wanted to refuse the reward and ask Kildoras for something. He asked if Kildoras had heard of people with the nicknames Lick My Top and Meow Meow Punch. Kildoras replied that he had heard of them in passing. Then Hyun-soo confessed to him that he was the princess. Our hero also asked Kildoras and Lilka to protect his comrades. Lilka laughed a lot when she found out that this brutal guy was actually a princess. Lilka promised to help our hero. Kildoras also agreed to help. He promised to keep the fact that Hyun-soo is a princess a secret. Our hero was about to leave, but Kildoras called out to him and threw something into his hand. It was Giant's heart extract. a substance made from the heart of a giant. It contained special strength and durability. It was a gift from Kildoris. Hyun-soo took a farewell look at the arena where his friends remained. He himself decided to go upstairs. But before that, he decided to defeat those bastards, the managers, once again. The security guards demanded that the guy give his name. The next second, the guards were left without heads. A moment later, an explosion was heard in the Dason Guild. Kildoris watched the column of fire from afar and realized that it was our hero who had done the work. He told Lilka that he had found a successor. Lilka was horrified. Could this guy in green, who was now lying in the cell, really be Kildoris's successor? But Kildoris said that along with the treatment, he put some of his own energy into the guy. At this time, the 14th floor was completed, and our hero dealt with the hidden boss of the 14th floor. As a reward, he received a suit made of boss skin, which had high defensive capabilities. The guy decided to take a little rest and then publish his walkthrough in the community. He opened a community. They wrote about him that he killed the managers. He also read that Kildoris had banned large guilds from participating in arena fights for 5 years. Hyun-soo thought that Meow Punch and Lizoon had also gone up to the 10th floor. The guy wrote a warning in the community that anyone who touched his friends would be turned into dust. The portal was already open, and it was necessary to move to the next floor. On the 15th floor, you had to deal with skeletons, coal zombies, and witches. Witches couldn't use their curses, and then the skeletons attacked the guy. He raised his sword, standing calmly, waiting for the attack. Hyun-soo then swung his sword, and the skeleton heads fell to the ground. Suddenly, the witch herself appeared. Her scream made the zombies in this area stronger. The zombies surrounded the guy from all sides. Was the witch really controlling the zombies? The guy used his skill and jumped over the zombies' heads. He grabbed a firebomb and launched it straight at the witch. Explosion. The witch disappeared, and the guy descended to the ground along with Dokchin. But the zombies did not leave our hero alone. They were advancing on him. Due to the zombies being unconscious, Hyun-soo caught almost all of them. It was strange that they didn't react to normal attacks, but only to explosive and fire ones. It seemed that they were originally afraid of fire. On the western outskirts of the village, the boy met skeletons. He also threw a firebomb at them, and the skeletons fell to pieces. But even after this, they gathered and began to attack our hero. They didn't seem to react much to fire, so Hyun-soo asked Frog to spit poison or acid on them. The guy had already tried everything, but the skeletons continued to advance, and nothing worked. Then he decided to deal with them using cunning and old tricks. The skeletons rushed to attack our hero, and they fell into a huge hole that the guy dug with the help of his skill. The skeletons tried to climb out of this hole. Another moment and they will all be on the surface. Hyun-soo threw the firebomb into the pit again. He decided to quickly find the hidden treasure and run away, but he came across a strange doll. It was a heretical sign given to those who were considered heretics. The guy thought that all these monsters were heretics who were burned at the stake or buried alive. It was strange. A witch who couldn't cast spells was probably burned in a fire, and the zombies were skeletons who had been buried alive. The boy remembered that this village had once been peaceful, but now it was filled with souls embittered by resentment. The guy wanted to see what happened here with his ability, but he couldn't. So he agreed to the quest offered to him. The doll he was holding in his hands first lit up. Then new dolls began to appear from underground, and the heretical sign was activated. Suddenly, new monsters appeared. Hyun-soo screamed in horror as something unthinkable began to happen. This huge doll began to attack the evil spirits and did not pay attention to our hero. They fought among themselves. Hyun-soo thought they were fighting for their territory. He tried to find a clue as to what he should do, but he couldn't find any information. He had to rack his brains. He remembered that this sacred weapon was a heretical sign created by the Order of Fire. It was a sign in words only. In reality, it was a murder weapon. It seems that the Order of Fire sent this sign to the village and warned them to change their religion. The villagers refused, and so they carried out a massacre. They were declared heretics and mercilessly killed. Since the quest appeared immediately after the guy learned the sad story of the evil spirits, he ended up on the side of the evil spirits. The guy decided to attack these monsters. The most important thing was to destroy the core hidden inside the monster. At this time, one of the monsters opened its mouth, and a shaft of flame burst out from there, which scorched our hero. The guy got angry and ordered the frog to deal with him properly. She enveloped the monster in a poisonous mist. The zombies also submitted to this power that Dokchun possessed. The guy climbed onto the roof and saw huge monsters driving zombies into the center of the village. The zombies fought as if they were defending the center of the village. He decided to check. Maybe there really was something there. Hyun-soo stood in front of the ruins of a wooden house and wondered why there were such ruins in the center of the square. He felt a powerful force that made him shudder. It was a divine force that was considered heretical. Our hero thought that this place might contain a key with which he could complete the quest. Using his skill, he began to dig a hole and dug up a statue of Prelia, the ice goddess. The guy remembered that the split began because of the orders of fire and ice. Could these really be the ruins of Hyalton, the key to which he had? According to legend, the Order of Ice and the Order of Fire were originally one. The Order split and began to confront each other. The Order of Fire won, and the Order of Ice lost. It seems like this incident from the past is repeating itself again. Our hero realized that this time the evil spirits wanted to protect the village. Since he understood the truth of this story, he was shown information about the quest. It was the ice goddess Prelia, who was holding some kind of symbol in her hands. A message has appeared that the ice goddess is beginning her patronage. She was filled with sacred power. Suddenly, the terrible zombies began to turn into ordinary people. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he was starting to hallucinate. The skeletons also turned into people. They were warriors with swords in their hands. And so the evil spirits, transformed into warriors, rushed at the monsters to protect their village and their order. There were all kinds of evil spirits here. Skeletons, fighters, ghouls, higher species. They were all modified. Even the skeleton knight, who was level 3, changed into a zombie. The witches also received sacred power and changed their appearance. From witches, they turned into priestesses. It seemed that all the monsters were defeated, but then the guy saw a new squad, which was walking along with a huge monster, their leader. It was the messenger of purification, molded from the divine power of the fire god. Hyun-soo thought that on one side there were evil spirits gradually turning into people, and on the other side there were fighting monsters. So he would have to help deal with them. He pulled out his trump card, the Giant's Heart. His numbers instantly increased. He led his squad of skeletons and other evil spirits forward. Hyun-soo destroyed the monsters one after another, but there was no end to them. In addition, the leader of the monsters destroyed the skeletons with his hammer. Our hero realized that he needed to kill this monster. The quest was not to kill the leader, but to protect the village. Unexpectedly, he received a boost from a priestess, a former witch. At that moment, a skeleton knight galloped past the guy on his horse. Hyun-soo, along with the rest of the evil spirits, rushed at the leader, the monster. But the monsters barricaded their leader, and it was impossible to get through to him. Suddenly, the skeleton knight invited our hero to climb onto his horse. The boy sat behind the skeleton, and the horse soared into the sky. Suddenly, the horse stopped in front of a barricade of monsters. Hyun-soo jumped and reached the monsters' heads to reach their leader. The guy chopped off the monster's head with his sword, but this monster recovered very quickly. The boy knew that such monsters only died if their core was destroyed. Our hero placed his frost sword on the monster's leg. The monster froze, turning into an ice block. Then the guy threw his firebomb. The monster fell, torn into 2 pieces. However, he began to recover again. What's more, now there are 2 of them, and they both attacked our hero. The guy had a hard time because of the attack of these monsters. The monster's blow caused the guy to fall and drop his sword. 2 monsters were leaning over him, ready to tear him to pieces. Hyun-soo used foggy acceleration and disappeared from the monster's sight. It was a planned retreat. But one of the monsters noticed him and hit him with his hammer so hard that the guy fell, leaving a dent in the ground. Our hero thought he was finished, but then a skeleton knight came to the rescue. He fearlessly rushed at the monsters, pointing his spear at them. Hyun-soo sat on the ground and drank the restorative elixir. The skeleton knight's head was torn from his spine and flew somewhere. He sacrificed himself so that our hero could buy time. One of the monsters headed towards the village. They had to be stopped before they burned the village to the ground. Our hero decided to choose some new skill for himself. He chose several skills and decided to combine them. While the unification was going on, the guy's appearance changed. Finally, the skills came together and his image returned to normal. Then he tried to combine a few more skills. The system reported that the merger was successful and wished him well as he reached the 100th floor. The guy mastered the skills Return of the Dead, Freezing Breaks, and Cutter. He called out to the monster who wanted to burn the village. The monster, hearing the challenge, prepared for battle. Hyun-soo only needed one chance to hit his opponent. He used fog acceleration again. Using this skill, he was considered dead, and then, using Return of the Dead, he was resurrected. He then used Freezing Breaks and froze the monster. The frozen monster began to fall apart into pieces. A message appeared from the system that Hyun-soo had destroyed the monster. But then the second monster prepared for battle. Hyun-soo attacked him first. The monster fell to pieces. The system reported that our hero received the element of fire. The village was liberated. Our hero completed the hidden quest. The evil spirits greeted our hero. A priestess who had previously been a witch approached him. The witch and the skeletons bowed to our hero in gratitude. Suddenly, all these monsters turned into ordinary people, and the witch became a real beauty. She said that she was very grateful to our hero for her release. Suddenly, the boy saw a warrior hugging a beautiful girl. She had the sword Frost Flame hanging on her side. Our hero ran up to this couple shouting, but one of the surviving monsters scorched the warrior with flames. Hyun-soo couldn't understand what was going on here at all. But it turned out that it was just an illusion. The guy had just seen something very significant. He wondered, what did they want to show him with this? Suddenly, near the remains of the column, he noticed a small glowing ball. It was the element of ice, the Order of Fire and Ice, the sacred kingdom of Hyalton, and the sword of Frost Flame were all connected. But then a portal opened, and our hero needed to go to the next floor. Something was bothering him, but he decided to move on. Hyun-soo now had the patronage of fire, a reward for a hidden quest. On the 16th floor, the guy grabbed his head. He thought that he had not received a reward for the quest. At that moment, the fire spirits ran up to him and smiled joyfully at him. Although the spirits fought on the side of the monsters, they could help those who climbed the tower. The 16th floor was completely engulfed in flames, but the guy decided it was time to raise the level. Hyun-soo spent 10,000 points and upgraded his shop. Finally, our hero decided to look into the community and find out what his friends were up to. The man with the nickname My Bald Head obeyed Kildoris and trained. Meow Meow Punch was completing a quest on the 10th floor, and Lick My Head was climbing up to the 20th to find the princess. Hyun-soo decided to quickly pass the 20th floor so as not to run into this idiot. He was already standing in front of the portal, but something stopped him. He looked back. Behind him stood the fire spirits. The boy told them that if they wanted to live, when they met a man nicknamed Lick My Top, they had to wag their tails in front of him. The guy found himself on the 17th floor and immediately saw a man in a helmet. It was the one who called himself Lick My Top. He really wanted to get ahead of the princess. It was unbearably hot on the 17th floor. The system gave the task: deal with the Sandman, destroy the sandworm, and find the oasis. The guy used his skill and jumped up to look down from above. He threw a firebomb. Upon landing, he saw an oasis. In the middle of the desert, there was a lake surrounded by palm trees. Suddenly, the boy flew upside down. Dokchun was flying next to him. They landed right by the lake. Dokchun was so happy he licked the hero so hard that he almost tore his skin off. Suddenly sandworms appeared, monsters without heads, with many teeth. They surrounded the boy who stood with the frost flame sword in his hands. He rushed into the attack and cut down all the worms and the Sandman himself. The quest conditions were completed. The portal opened. The 17th floor was passed. But Hyun-soo noticed that his ruins key was reacting to something. The hero realized that the ruins were somewhere nearby, but he didn't know where exactly. He wasn't an archaeologist. He saw Dokchun lying on a rock in the middle of the lake and called him. The frog was in no hurry, and the stone it was lying on was not a simple one. With the help of hidden sight, the boy saw that it was a fragment of the ruins of Hjalten. Hyun-soo bent down and lowered his head into the lake. In the depths he noticed the entrance to the ruins, but how to get there, he didn't know. He opened the shop and decided to see what equipment was needed for underwater activities. There was an air candy on sale. It gives you underwater breathing for 20 minutes, an airdrop from a mermaid for 1 hour. But they were expensive. Then he decided to turn to Lee Jong-seok. Jong-seok said that it is possible to create a fishman mask. To do this, it was necessary to rip the scales off a fish with a human face and keep it in a slightly acidic solution. If you lay it out and dry it, you will get a fishman mask, with which you can breathe underwater. The guy bought the scale coating for 3,000 points each and made about 80 scales. It turned out that if you crush such scales, you can get an elixir of the highest level. The hero collected them in his inventory for future use. He put on a mask and dived under the water. I had to go down deep, deep. Dokchun was nearby. Finally, they reached the entrance to the ruins. Our hero got the key. He became the first on the server to find the ruins and received 5,000 points for this. Hyun-soo took off his mask and walked in. This was the sacred land of the Order of Fire and Ice. If our hero could prove his worth, he could obtain the relic. Suddenly, his sword began to react to something. Thousands of monsters, similar to those he had already encountered, were moving towards him. Hyun-soo decided that this was a good warm-up and destroyed everyone, but the next monsters were much stronger. They attacked him, and this time he really had a hard time. One of the monsters raised a heavy sword over Hyun-soo's head. The guy deftly dodged, activating the skill Foggy Body. His silhouette dissipated into the haze and slid to the side. He gestured for Dokchun to attack, and the poisonous saliva hissed as it hit the enemy's armor. The acid burned through the metal, opening a hole in the defense, and Hyun-soo punched right into it. Having broken through the outer shell, he made his way inside the monster, into the cramped and damp mechanisms of flesh and metal. A stream of air carried him outside, right above the monster's head. He pulled out an artifact, a chisel with a shining thin blade, and plunged it into the monster's control point. Both enemies fell to the floor, drained of life force, and the door opened. The further path led through a strip of fire. Even with his steadfastness, Hyun-soo felt a heat that seemed to be trying to burn away his consciousness. It was even harder for Dokchun. But behind the fiery obstacle there was ice. It was necessary to walk on a slippery surface without stumbling. Dokchun warmed our hero, and although the path was not easy, he overcame it. The last door opened, and he entered the hall of the Order of the Temple of Ice and Fire. There the main obstacle awaited him, the test of Ragnarok. Mountains of gold, chests with artifacts and jewels attracted the eye. It was a treasury. Among the treasures stood Ragnarok, the High Priest of Justice. He made it clear that the test had been passed, and now Hyun-soo could choose the relic. However, it could only be felt, but not received. There was the Ice Harmony, which gave ice armor, and the Seal of Hellfire, a dangerous but powerful artifact. Hyun-soo didn't hesitate. He chose his relic. Ragnarok was stunned, his gaze becoming heavy and searching. The boy reached out his hand to the frost flame blade. The sword responded and shone, returning to its original divine appearance. This relic symbolized the union of two elements, ice and fire, and two deities. Magnarok said that now the real test would begin. A double of the priest, the guardian phalanx, assembled from an ancient magical body, appeared before Hyun-soo. He was going to test the essence of the hero. The order had 3 dogmas. The first was to protect what was dear to you. The guardian demanded to determine what was truly important to Hyun-soo. The boy's thoughts were racing. His parents had long since passed away. His friends had forgotten him. There were still colleagues from the tower left, but he didn't know if they were dear to him. But one remained. Dokchun. Small, mischievous, but loyal. Only he was always there. It was for him that Hyun-soo decided to fight. The guard began the fight, raining down blows that made the walls shake. Hyun-soo dodged, intercepting the blows with his hands, holding back the enemy's strength. Dokchun did not stand aside. He spat another portion of poisonous saliva at the enemy. The boy used a chisel, cutting the guard in half with a precise blow. But the victory was fleeting. From the depths rose stone scavengers, wolf-like creatures with bodies of living stone. There were many of them, too many. They surrounded him, closing the circle. He activated the artifact, the enhancement cubes. Without waiting for an attack, Hyun-soo rushed into the thick of the enemy, breaking the formation. The blast wave from the firebomb blinded the area. Then, a precise cut with a chisel, and one after another the enemies fell. The stone bodies turned into heaps of rubble. And then from this pile a new enemy emerged, the Guardian Dominant, assembled from the 5 defeated ones. His body pulsed with power as he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Hyun-soo activated the gravity bracelet and the boiling power brooch. There was a flash and a powerful explosion scattered stones and treasures in all directions. The enemy was torn apart, but Hyun-soo stabbed him with the frost flame blade, preventing the regeneration from starting. He had won, and now he was waiting for the next stage, the second dogma. All of his artifacts were used up, leaving only Misty Acceleration and Return of the Dead. Dokchun still had some poisonous saliva left. The guy stood in the middle of a huge hall, holding a sword in his hands. The effect of the power-up cubes had already ended. He used them again and got a demon spirit. At the same time, the mana consumption was enormous. The spirit that the system summoned materialized based on Hyun-soo's magical power. The hero asked the spirit to disperse the power so that he would be able to cope with it. The second dogma was the moral principles of fire. The light was so bright that Hyun-soo instinctively closed his eyes. Our hero's pet, Dokchun, has passed away. Tears poured from the boy's eyes. Magnarok told the boy to burn like fire. Enraged, Hyun-soo charged at Magnarok. He cried, unable to accept the loss. The guy summoned water, poured it over Magnarok, and then froze him. But Magnarok said that this was not enough. Then Hyun-soo called upon the spirit for help. He used all his skills to destroy this Magnarok. The boy ordered the spirit to hit with all his might. The spirit rushed to attack, drawing his sword from its sheath. Magnarok was destroyed. His eyes were dim. The boy was on his knees, exhausted and crying. He had almost no magical power left, and he told the spirit to return. The spirit replied that the only way to destroy a holy being is to have magic or chaos. The guy used his last 2 skills, Fog Acceleration and Return of the Dead. He charged at Magnarok again. A message came from the system that Magnarok cannot be destroyed. Safe and sound, he said that our hero had done an excellent job with the second dogma. Hyun-soo was inconsolable in his grief and rushed at Magnarok with his sword. Magnarok stopped him and said that he would tell him about the third dogma. Ice and fire are not ideal, and at the basis of their harmony is forgiveness. The third dogma is forgiveness. Magnarok said that Hyun-soo must accept reality, moderate his anger, and forgive him. The boy's eyes widened. How could he forgive the death of his beloved Dokchun? Hyun-soo rushed at Magnarok. Magnarok said that the boy had run out of strength and asked him not to overexert himself. There are things that are beyond our control, and anger cannot solve anything. But Hyun-soo smashed his fists until they bled, not listening to his words. Then Magnarok screamed at the top of his lungs for the boy to stop. He who cannot forgive is not worthy of becoming the support of the order. Hyun-soo told Magnarok to go to hell with his order. He needed the power to ensure that something like this never happened to him again. Magnarok replied that since Hyun-soo couldn't forgive, he was not worthy. He will take the relic from Hyun-soo, and our hero will fall into eternal sleep since he could not pass the test. To this, Hyun-soo replied that Magnarok had attacked the wrong person. The guy pulled out a strong dagger and plunged it into his leg. The dagger absorbed the owner's blood. A hidden option has been activated: the blood curse. Magnarok said that the boy could die without pain. This was his last gesture of care. But Hyun-soo showed his middle finger and said that he would take the frost flame sword. Our hero disappeared, and Magnarok thought he was dead. But the guy woke up in a safe zone and was resurrected. He stole the relic of the Temple of Ice and Fire and received the title of Relic Robber. He thought that he would definitely take revenge on Magnarok for Dokchun's death. Then he heard a familiar croaking sound. Hyun-soo hugged his pet and made sure it was real. It turns out that if the pet dies before the hero, it also resurrects with him in the safe zone. The frost flame sword was sealed due to Magnarok's lack of recognition, but luckily our hero still got something. It was a dagger with a blood curse. Only the owner could use it, and only he could apply the blood curse. Hyun-soo's greatest achievement was becoming a relic robber, and he also gained a new sacred power. Since Magnarok could not be destroyed physically, the boy decided to attack him mentally. Meanwhile, Magnarok was in the ruins and saw that another brave man had reached here. He remembered that idiot who couldn't forgive, mocked him, and stole the sacred relic of the order. He hoped that this time a normal person would come, who can revive the former glory of the order and become a new hope. Suddenly the door opened and the silhouette of a man appeared. Magnarok's eyes widened in surprise. It was our hero, and Dokchun was sitting on his shoulder. The guy started throwing fire bombs at Magnarok. Then he showed him the middle finger and teased him. He had already come here for the 7th time. Now he had increased durability, and his sacred power had also increased. Magnarok demanded that the relics be handed over, saying that such things were not for bastards like Hyun-soo. The guy chose a new relic for himself every time. He had already stolen so many relics that he thought of giving one of them to someone. He was playing with one of the relics, and Magnarok was watching him. Suddenly, 2 beams of energy burst out from Magnarok's eyes. But Hyun-soo didn't care. He had resistance to fire. Magnarok was already very tired of our hero's stubbornness, and said that if he asked for forgiveness, he would forgive him too. Hyun-soo told Magnarok to kneel down and apologize to Dokchun. Magnarok replied that he was the representative of the order and a being created by the will of the gods, and if he bowed down, the entire order would kneel before Dokchun. Hyun-soo said that if Magnarok doesn't apologize, he will come again. Finally, Magnarok knelt down and asked Dokchun for forgiveness. The boy noticed that Dokchun was not Magnarok's friend, and that he should be called Mr. Dokchun. After Magnarok apologized properly, Hyun-soo left him the relic and said that he hoped to never see him again. But before leaving, the guy took the crown off Magnarok's head and stole it. Magnarok was horrified. This scoundrel dared to steal his crown. Hyun-soo then used the blood curse again and died, only to be resurrected in the safe zone. Hyun-soo and Dokchun ended up in the safe zone with the Magnarok crown. Now Hyun-soo had the Magnarok crown and the right to be called king, but it was not a relic. It did not increase sacred power. Magnarok forbade Hyun-soo from entering the ruins, and the key to them was destroyed. In exchange for sharing information about the Fishman mask with Hyun-soo, Lick My Top sent him a piece of unknown parchment. He became the first on the entire server to die 7 times, and raise his stats by receiving bronze and silver coupons, which helped restore fire bombs and power-up cubes. Hyun-soo thought that in order to become strong, you have to spend a lot of money. He decided to choose something suitable in the store. Using the hidden information skill, he selected 2 good sets. People walked around the city and shared the information that the princess had published. This time the princess talked not about passing floors, but about cool skills. At this time, two people were walking, Kim Chung-hoo and Lee Ha-young, and heard this conversation. They came to Choi Sang-mo to tell him about the princess's publication. He said that he also saw this publication. Lee Ha-young was furious. They were suffering damage, and she said that the problem was more serious than they thought. The leaders of the other major guilds told these two to stop touching the princess. Then they would secretly negotiate with her themselves. And they, naturally, are excluded from the deal. At this point, the gap with other guilds widened, and they couldn't let these skills slip away. Choi Sang-mo said for everyone to gather. He has a plan. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo was happy and posted descriptions of skills to the community. While he was dealing with Ragnarok, Lick My Top had already reached the 20th floor. Our hero stood in front of the entrance to the 19th floor. There was no hunting on this floor. There was a boss fight. Hyun-soo drank some potion to increase stamina and prevent burns. He walked into the boss's office. Everything was on fire. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from behind. Before Hyun-soo had time to look back, a huge fist was already flying towards him. The man with the beard said that he missed our hero. He sat him down at the table, tied a napkin around his neck, and handed him cutlery. There were different types of meat on the table. The guy took a piece of meat and began to chew it, not afraid that there was poison in it, since he was resistant to poisons. But the meat was so delicious that he and Dokchun devoured it with gusto. The owner, seeing with what appetite they ate, said that his heart was glad. The meal was over, and Hyun-soo and Dokchun sat there, unable to move because their stomachs were full. And the owner said that it was time to begin the test. The guy couldn't believe his ears. Was he really going to have to fight? The owner of the floor said that the food was just a sign of his kindness. Hyun-soo felt like he was getting stronger from this food. The owner also said that it was out of his kindness and invited him to begin the test. It was necessary to get to a certain place on the floor, bypassing the owner. Hyun-soo used water, hoping to extinguish the flames. He then used fog acceleration and slipped past his master. Suddenly, the owner of the floor appeared in front of him again. He was confident that he could stop our hero's attacks. The guy used a divine staff, a shield, and power-up cubes, and also threw a firebomb. The owner of the floor said that this was a good approach. Then our hero tried to freeze it. Then Hyun-soo used sacred power and cut through the floor owner's shield. Our hero still had 5 relics left. He had to win. Using his title as a relic robber, he froze everything around him and put out the fire. He then used a skill that called upon the night and summoned an artificial night. He summoned the night ghosts and ordered them to suck all the power out of the owner of the floor. The owner of the floor desperately resisted. Indeed, the ghosts had sucked a lot of his strength out, and Hyun-soo decided to take advantage of it. The floor boss's eyes lit up. Flames burst out around him, and he said that Hyun-soo would not pass. He rushed to attack our hero, but our hero pulled out his sword of frost flame. He used his relic robber and nightcaller skills and thrust the frost flame sword forward. Looking at this sword, his opponent opened his eyes wide. Instead of fighting, he approached the guy and asked where he got that sword from. He started shaking him by the shoulders and said that this sword was destroyed. How did Hyun-soo get it? This man began to ask our hero for this sword of frost flame. He promised to give the guy something special. He gave Hyun-soo the fire seal, which allowed him to enhance all fire-related abilities. Our hero was very pleased. His sacred power had increased by 50,000. The man said that looking at Hyun-soo's relics, one could tell that he definitely did not receive Ragnarok's approval. But Hyun-soo can now use the Fire Temple relics. This man offered our hero Philane's red helmet in exchange for the sword of frost flame. They completed the exchange by shaking hands. A portal formed here, and our hero entered it. At this moment, Lilka appeared from around the corner. The man said he hadn't had this much fun in a long time because he wanted to see the possibilities of this amazing talent. Lilka showed him the new shield. Having met a suitable owner, the relic awakened. For a long time, Lilka couldn't find someone on the 10th floor who could get her the scales of a fire dragon. The man took a sword, a shield, and headed to the 29th floor. Our hero exited on the 20th floor in the safe zone. There were fewer people here than on the 10th. The guy thought, "Where is Lilka?" She said that they would meet on the 20th floor. Suddenly, he saw Lilka running towards him. Lilka grabbed Hyun-Soo's hand and pulled him. She screamed that she needed his help. The guy thought that the big guilds were attacking her, but Lilka dragged him to the pizzeria and asked him to pay for her order. The owner of the eatery, Bella, asked why Lilka always ate on credit if she had a lot of money. Hyun-Soo asked Lilka, "She's a merchant, so she buys and sells things?" She said that there were people who liked Sharf-and-Soo and she would like to buy it. But our hero asked her if she knew anything about Felin's set. Lilka thought about it. The Frenchman said he had 2 items from the set, a breastplate and a helmet. If Lilka has anything else from the set, the guy is ready to exchange with her for the Holy Crab, relic of ice and fire. Lilka said she was willing to buy the relic, but she didn't have anything from Felin's set. But she knew someone who had the right hand from the set. Hyun-Soo asked her for information about this person. In return, our hero gave a small relic of the Holy Crab, as well as the ice calm, which froze everything around. Lilka said that she would only give information about the person, and Hyun-Soo must find the location of the person himself. The guy put on a helmet and chest plate from Felin's set. The effect of 2 things was amazing. What would happen if you collected the whole set? He read in the community that there would be some kind of competition on the 20th floor. He came to the western area of the 20th floor of the tower. In a certain amount of time, it was necessary to hold back the wave of approaching monsters, and then count the points. Whoever has more will receive a reward. Suddenly our hero saw a waitress from the eatery where Lilka had dragged him. Everything was already ready for the competition. On one side of the wall stood people, on the other monsters. It turned out that in this competition, for each participant's death, others received points, so the participants often arranged each other's deaths. The girl said that in the west and southwest there are always few people. Trade does not go well, people go to other areas. The guy realized that the participants were gathering in other parts of the floor. Where there were more people, that's where the competition was. But this meant that the one who defended the empty zone could get all the achievements alone. Hyun-Soo decided to defend this area alone. At the same time, in the southwestern part of the 20th floor, some person was doing something incomprehensible. He threw tree roots and stones into the pit, building barricades. The people playing backgammon suggested to him that he would do better to deepen the hole and make traps. This man was clearly going to defend the area. Finally, everything was ready. It was a man with the nickname Lick My Top. He checked his equipment and took the elixir with him. He was going to use the weapon he bought from Lilka for the first time. Hyun-Soo put on his mask and the competition began. There weren't many people. Maybe Lizoon was somewhere nearby. Lee Sanok was also here, with the knowledge of the survivor and the ability to discern skills. A girl named Kim Saddam took part in the competition. She also had extraordinary abilities. A man came forward and said that the probability of clearing the area of monsters was very low, so they needed to unite. It was Pak On-sik. He had incredible abilities. He could revive a killed zombie and then make it disappear underground. Because of these abilities, he considered himself a leader and told everyone to follow his instructions. Hyun-Soo turned away and walked away. They called out to him, inviting him to join the group, but he replied that he was more comfortable alone. Our hero put on the helmet and began to read the instructions on the screen. He did not give his real name, but used the nickname Evil Eye. When everyone saw his nickname, they remembered that he was a winner in the arena. Lizoon also took part in these competitions. Our hero thought, let's see who will take first place. And then the first zombies appeared. They were armed with daggers. The participants, seeing that there were too many zombies, decided to run away. Our hero rushed into the crowd of zombies at great speed. The eye couldn't follow his dagger strikes. The zombies' blood was flying in all directions. The participants were very surprised to see how this guy fought. Following his example, they also rushed to attack the zombies. The participants in the battles fought desperately with huge zombies. Hyun-Soo himself defended the building and earned extra points. There were normal players there, so it was possible to hold out. Lee Sanok had the ability to discern danger and mercilessly crushed zombies left and right. Pak On-sik finished off the zombies with a hammer and divided the points between everyone. Suddenly, someone hit our hero in the head with a stone. But at that moment, a huge zombie monster appeared from behind. With one move, Hyun-soo cut it into pieces, and the second wave in the western region was completed. At the same time, the wave in the southwest region also ended. When Hyun-soo saw the rankings, he realized that Lee-sun was in first place and he was in second place. All because other participants took points from our hero. Monster birds, harpies, have descended on the southwestern region. They attacked from the air and tore people apart with their sharp claws. Lee-sun shot at them with his laser pistol. The ranking again showed that Lee-sun was faster. In the third wave, he also took first place. At this time, the fifth wave began in the western region. Third-level monsters appeared. All the players trembled with fear. They were terrifying zombie goblins. Hyun-soo jumped up and threw a firebomb straight at the head of one of the monsters. Since all the other members were scared, Hyun-soo was left alone against the enemies who were attacking from the ground and from the air. There were a huge number of monsters, but the rest of the participants just ran away. They shouted to our hero, if he was going to die, let him do it without them. Monsters surrounded Kim Saddam. Hyun-soo pushed the girl out of the dangerous ring and remained to fight the monsters. He used his skill and froze all the enemies. He then carried Kim Saddam out of the danger zone. They made their way through the monsters, cutting their way through. The other members screamed and asked Hyun-soo to save them too. The guy threw a firebomb into the crowd of zombies chasing these people. After that, he grabbed Pak On-sik and dragged him somewhere. He threw him into some kind of sphere from which he could not escape. Hyun-soo said that he is a freak who incites others for his own gain. Pak On-sik was terrified and begged Hyun-soo to let him out of the sphere. But monsters were already advancing from behind. In a moment, Pak On-sik was dead. Now it's Hyun-soo's turn to deal with all the monsters. There was a huge explosion. Our hero threw a firebomb, but he himself remained unharmed. The defense in the western zone was over. Everyone was grateful to Hyun-soo for saving them and asked for forgiveness for falling for Park Woon-sik's words. Kim Saddam and Lee Sanok approached him and said that they had seen him fighting on the 10th floor. They said that thanks to the princess they became stronger, because they constantly read her messages. They told Hyun-soo that they were members of the soon-to-be famous Princess Club, founded by Chairman Lee Johnson. Hyun-soo thought that there was not a single adequate person left in his circle. The winner was declared to be a player with the nickname, My Head is Bald. He won by a large margin in points. Unlike the western region, where many survived, in the southwestern region only Lee-sun survived and took all the points for himself. Our hero said goodbye and said that he needed to regain his first place. But he ran into a problem. He couldn't leave the designated area until the end of the competition. Then Hyun-soo decided it was time to use the fallen angel's sword. He struck with his sword and cut the sphere. Meanwhile, Lee-sun was already celebrating his victory. Well, the rating has already changed. Hyun-soo has moved into first place. Lee To-yeon, nicknamed Lick My Head, was very upset. How dare this guy beat her, a gold medalist in volleyball? A player with the nickname Lick My Top took second place. Representatives of large guilds immediately appeared. The food vendor was happy that her store was not destroyed and began to treat Hyun-soo and his friends. While his friends were having lunch, Hyun-soo decided to take a look at the community and thought that it was time to move up. But before that, he decided to ask Lilka about the piece of unknown parchment, whether she knew anything about it. The food vendor, seeing the piece, said she had the same one. Lilka stated that this parchment looked like a trigger artifact. This is an artifact associated with a quest or ruins. Hyun-soo asked why Bella had one, and Lilka explained that even though Bella was selling food, she was also participating in the quest. She reminded the guy not to forget about her quest, complete it and come again. Each NPC has a role and they must behave within that role. Lilka is a merchant and can only help through a deal. And Bella gave the artifact to Hyun-soo as a reward for protecting her shop. She said that this parchment is a map. As far as she knows, there is a treasure hidden on the 28th floor. Hyun-soo decided that he would definitely find this treasure, and he needed to go higher. Finally, he wrote in the community on behalf of the princess that the most delicious food on the 20th floor is in Bella's diner, and said goodbye to her. On the 21st floor, he dealt with another bear and received the skill book Cold Resistance. He got a ticket to enhance his characteristics. Hyun-soo decided to use it to increase his sacred power. As a result, a special indicator increased that was not even displayed in the status, Conqueror. Suddenly his luck stats started to react, and he started digging the ground. He found another piece of parchment, making 3. It was a treasure map to Puregos, the noble bandit. On the 28th floor, he tried to level up the cold resistance skill. He thought that after raising the skill level, it would be worthwhile to work on their ranks. Hyun-soo decided to sell the boiling power brooch, which was only effective up to the 20th floor. He offered Dokchun to choose everything he wanted from the store, expecting to buy up to 1,000 points. But the frog bought 45,000. The guy's eyes widened when he saw this amount. It turned out that Dokchun had called for a mobile buffet. Hyun-soo grabbed his head. Did the tower really have a buffet? How did he even manage to order something that wasn't on the list? The guy wanted to cancel the order, but it was impossible. The ingredients had already begun to be prepared. Moreover, if he canceled, he would be attacked by battle monsters. While they were waiting for lunch, the 23rd floor was passed, and Hyun-soo went to the 24th. The task of the floor was to deal with snowballs. At Lilka's request, he needed to collect the tears of Ekuyeti and the crown of the snow spirit. Hyun-soo stood at the entrance to the cave of Ekuyeti, the monster that shares culture. He hadn't appeared yet, and Hyun-soo was only dealing with snowballs and small monsters. The lumps looked cute, but they were very poisonous. One of them bit the hero on the leg. Luckily, Hyun-soo had resistance to poison and was not harmed. Suddenly, he noticed a strange image on the wall. His eyes activated, and he realized that it was not just a drawing. He repeated the movements depicted on the wall. After this, the stone door leading into the cave rose. The boy entered the hall. It was a dungeon where the Ekuyeti festival was taking place. This tribe valued culture and art, and any fights were forbidden there. It was a quest where you couldn't fight. You had to dance. Hyun-soo didn't have much dancing skills, but he made it to the extra round. Realizing that his chances of winning were slim, he decided to cheat and asked Dokchun to eliminate his competitor. Dokchun hit his competitor on the head. He was not obeying the system's restrictions. The enemy has fallen. Chaos has always helped in the fight against the system. All the contestants were invited to the stage, but only Hyun-soo remained. Due to the lack of competitors, he was declared the winner. Now he has only 2 competitors left who have reached the final. The main round began. The music started playing. Fire swirled around Hyun-soo. Then a glow appeared as he took out the power-up cubes. Hyun-soo decided to win with them. Then he remembered the movements he had repeated at the entrance and depicted them. It was very impressive. The guy got so carried away that he surpassed himself. The moved spectators began to cry. And since his rivals were not far behind, Hyun-soo decided to use a secret weapon, icing. The moved Ekuyeti began to shed tears again. It was announced that Hyun-soo was the winner of the festival. He was entitled to a title and an award. Hyun-soo received 53 Ekuyeti tears. He also received a crown, which gave him the status of the King of Dance. On the 24th floor, the guy found himself on a snowy mountain where a giant Yeti lived. Lilka said that his name is Alios and he loves jewelry, flowers, ornaments, and dresses. The guy went inside the mountain. There was a completely different atmosphere. It was warm and green trees grew everywhere. Hyun-soo heard a voice saying that this was foreign territory. The intruders must leave immediately. Our hero said that he brought a gift. In response, he received such a blow to the head that blood spurted from his nose. A huge man named Alios said he was grateful for the gift, but Hyun-soo died. The guy found himself back in the safe zone on the 20th floor. The owner of the diner, Bella, stood next to him and thanked him for advertising her establishment. Now her business was going well. Suddenly, Bella realized who the princess really was, because the advertisement was in her name. Hyun-soo tried to fight Alios several more times, but each time he died and returned to the safe zone. He realized that he couldn't do it alone and decided to call Meow Meow Punch, who gave him the seal. Our hero returned to the 24th floor again. Alios said that he had killed him more than 10 times, but he still came. Alios pointed a dagger at him, but Hyun-soo took out a seal and showed it. This time he managed to see Alios's face. Hyun-soo said he had a gift for Alios, his fist. Alios turned out to be quicker and cut off our hero's head. Hyun-soo died and was reborn again. But now he found himself not on the 20th floor, but in Alios's palace. Alios asked why he was so picky. Hyun-soo replied that he came for the Falain set. Alios realized that Lilka had told this guy about the recruitment. He said that Lilka is very dangerous, and not as simple as she seems. He added that he doesn't want to let anyone dangerous into his territory, but he doesn't think Hyun-soo is dangerous. Alios showed the right hand from Falain's set and asked what Hyun-soo could give in return. The guy replied that he had already given him the tears of the Ekuyeti. Alios said that he should try to kick his ass. If he could do it even once, he would get a Falain set. Our hero took out his sword. Alios said that he knew the difference in their strengths, and therefore would give the guy an advantage. They crossed their swords. Alios's blows were so powerful that Hyun-soo could barely withstand them. He dodged with difficulty and used his special eyes. He then threw a firebomb straight into Alios's house. Alios was furious when he saw that the bomb had hit the house, but Hyun-soo used fog acceleration and escaped. In the end, he found what Alios treasured most, the soul stone hidden in the wall of the house. When Alios saw that the guy had a soul stone in his hands, he shouted at him, "Where did he get this stone?" Hyun-soo said that it was an artifact that only obeyed him. He realized that Alios really wanted to get his hands on this stone. Alios agreed to give Falain's set, but demanded the soul stone in return. Hyun-soo said that he had no guarantees that Alios would take the stone and kill him. Alios then stated that as a guarantee, he would make Hyun-soo his successor, since he could not attack the successor. Hyun-soo agreed to become Elias's successor. Then Elias asked him for the soul stone. Our hero said that he would give it to him now. But before that, the guy hit him in the jaw with all his might and immediately felt relief. He took the right sleeve from Falain's set. Our hero created water with his hand, and Dokchun instantly threw himself into the water sphere. Alias said goodbye to our hero. Hyun-soo found himself outside in the freezing cold again. At this time, Alias approached the ice block in which the girl was frozen. It was Penny Juster, the daughter of Emperor Grade Fron. Hyun-soo said that he had the ability to see information about a person. Alias was a criminal, and the girl was the Emperor's daughter. It was a strange combination. Alias said that he loves this girl very much. He took out the soul stone and said that it was time for Penny to wake up. The soul trapped in stone reacted. The temperature around began to change. Suddenly, Hyun-soo saw boots that helped him move even in extreme conditions. At this time, Elias came in and thanked our hero. He said that only thanks to him Penny began to revive. Hyun-soo showed Elias the boots he found and asked if he could take them. Elias was very angry, but he didn't show it. He said that he would spare nothing for Penny's benefactor. Then they went out as Elias wanted to talk to Hyun-soo. He explained that NPCs are creatures that belong to the tower, and they pay a huge price to survive in it. Hyun-soo asked what his duties were. Alias replied that he had duties that prevented him from being in the safe zones. He is torn into hundreds of versions so that he can be on every floor. This is his payment. Hyun-soo was amazed. How can Elias endure the pain if his soul is constantly being split into pieces? Alias said that he didn't have long left. He would be freed when his successor had completed the entire tower. Therefore, he must train his successor as best as possible. After all, many NPCs will be hunting him, those who missed their chance, those who are jealous, or those who just for fun want to destroy him and Elias. Elias gave Hyun-soo his power. Now he can see what is at the end of the tower. After that, training began. After many training sessions, Hyun-soo's whole body ached. His shoulders were sore, but Elias said that he was not ready yet. Suddenly, Elias felt Penny's energy. She would wake up soon. He wanted to give her a gift, a necklace of jewelry. He sharpened the tears, and it turned out to be a magnificent necklace of ice tears, very beautiful. They entered the room where Penny was, already coming back to life. Elias had to endure the destruction of his self-consciousness for the sake of Penny Juster. Finally, the girl fully regained consciousness. Elias was happy. She asked where they were. He replied that they were in the tower. Penny saw Hyun-soo and met him. She told them that a tower had appeared in their world, and many people had responded to its call. Elias also responded to the tower's call. But the tower did not choose Penny, so Elias trapped her soul in a stone and sealed it in a crystal to bring it to the tower. However, he lost the stone and she remained imprisoned for a long time. Elias presented his beloved Penny with a necklace. She couldn't help but let out a surprised gasp. It was so beautiful. But Penny laughed and said she didn't care about jewelry. What she loved most was cooking. Hyun-soo said that Elias had prepared something special for her and invited her to go with them. Elias was surprised. What did Hyun-soo come up with? To which he told him to shut up and said that Elias had prepared everything. They saw a set table and waiters in white. Suddenly, a variety of incredible dishes appeared on the table. Penny devoured her food. Hyun-soo asked Elias how hard it was for him. Elias replied that the destruction of his self-awareness was happening faster than he expected. Hyun-soo then told Elias to bring one of the best gems he had. Our hero has some kind of plan. Elias brought a brooch called Golden Snake, made by himself. Hyun-soo came up with a great idea. He advertised Elias's products in the community, and the Empress agreed to buy jewelry from him. Meanwhile, Penny and Dokchun were still sitting at the table, devouring more and more dishes. One of the banquet organizers approached Hyun-soo and asked him if he liked the food. He handed over an invitation to a party they were organizing and said he hoped for further cooperation. The organizer also added that he wanted to establish friendly relations, since they lack people in the team for supplying ingredients. After all, Hyun-soo was able to establish relationships with NPCs, and this is a great rarity. Soon he sat down at the table, deciding to enjoy the excellent food. When Hyun-soo and Dokchun were sleeping, there was a knock on the door. It was Elias. He told Hyun-soo to pack up and leave. Hyun-soo didn't understand why Elias was throwing him out so early, but he explained that people from Hwajoguk would be coming this morning. Those who come are skilled in gathering information. They can not only guess that Hyun-soo is the princess, but also that he is Elias's successor. Hyun-soo asked if it was possible to be the successor of only one NPC. It turned out that one who ascends the tower can become the successor of several NPCs. As a result, successors clash with each other, and competition cannot be avoided. Elias told Hyun-soo to get to the top of the tower. He was quite capable of doing it. As a token of gratitude, Hyun-soo received a parting gift from Elias, a skill book and memories of the battles in which Elias participated. The guy left the palace. It was cold outside, there was snow. Hyun-soo decided to leave here as soon as possible. But NPCs from Hwajoguk were already coming towards them. They sensed the hero's presence, and one of them came to check. Hyun-soo put on a monster mask. He wanted to avoid conflict for Elias's sake. If he had been caught, he would not have been able to escape. But for some reason they didn't find him, although it was impossible to get out of there. Then Hyun-soo found a way. He killed himself and resurrected in the guest courtyard on the 20th floor. The NPCs from Hwajoguk couldn't understand how someone was just there, and then suddenly disappeared. The guy was standing at the entrance to the 25th floor again. Here, as on the 16th floor, a post-apocalyptic atmosphere reigned. The creatures from the destroyed world turned into monsters. There was a poisonous energy in the air, but Hyun-soo had a poison defense. He decided to take some anti-freeze solution, which released poison when it reacted with water. Walking further, he saw something like an emergency exit, but it did not open. Suddenly, he noticed robot-like monsters with 2 rifle turrets and hid around the corner. He suddenly remembered how weak he had been at the beginning of his journey. But a lot has changed since then. Who would have thought that an artifact carrier would become an E-level hunter? Hyun-soo rushed to attack the robot monster. In an instant, all that was left of him were smoking pieces of metal. It got a little warmer in the laboratory. Hyun-soo remembered that Kim So-dam was well versed in rifles. The guy wrote to the community that he needed help with weapons. The community suggested how to remake robot rifles for yourself. He decided to walk a little and noticed the entrance to the portal. The guy activated his eyes to see something unusual. A secret door opened in front of him. What he saw greatly shocked him. There were walled-up monsters, residents of a dead country who placed themselves in life support capsules in order to one day return to the bright world. They hoped that the restoration system would work, but the power supply was cut off. Hopes were dashed. This is how the history of people after the apocalypse ended. Hyun-soo went up to the 26th floor. It was also cold and icy here. The task on the 26th floor was to deal with a half-breed vampire. Hyun-soo detailed his journey through the community as the princess. He was informed that the newcomers from the 30th floor were plotting something in the safe zone on the 6th floor. The guy decided to go up to the 30th floor. A portal opened in front of him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Sangun guest house on the 30th floor, sitting were Lee Ha-young from the Dasong Guild, Choi Sang-mo from the Sangun Guild, and Kim Chang-hu from the Eclipse Guild. They received orders from management to head to the 40th floor. They discussed how the princess and her followers were interfering at such an important moment. If the princess posts a fake tutorial walkthrough, everything could go to hell. Choi Sang-mo asked for help from the guild representatives, and they promised to assist. At this time, a man entered the conference room and announced that Oh Ji-hyuk had successfully obtained a camera and the photography skill. He said this could be a turning point. At this time, Hyun-soo was already on the 27th floor. The test on the 27th floor was dealing with cold-blooded trees, plant-type monsters that suck the life out of all living things. In the place where these monsters lived, a dense forest grew. The trees tried to grab the hero with their roots and branches, but he cut them with his sword. Hyun-soo completed the 27th floor trial, but he needed to find the snow spirit crown for Lilka. He reflected that this seemed to be the only place where he could get the crown. Suddenly a cold-blooded tree turned to him. It was very weak. Hyun-soo didn't understand what the tree wanted, but it was barely standing. The tree asked to destroy the other trees. On one of its branches, he noticed the crown of the snow spirit. It turned out that this withered tree was the embodiment of the snow spirit. Then Hyun-soo began to destroy the cold-blooded trees. He threw firebombs, and soon it was just him and the snow spirit left. Suddenly there was such a bright light that he covered his eyes with his hand. Then a shining silhouette of a girl appeared. It was a goddess. The tree turned into the snow spirit goddess, who survived thanks to Hyun-soo. It was Haina, the queen of the snow spirits. Thanks to our hero's help, she was able to regain her strength for a short time. She explained that the snow spirits are the ancestors of the druids and elves who wield the power of trees. The guy asked her for the crown that she promised. The queen gave him the crown of the snow spirit queen, a rare item that grants the patronage of snow. So Hyun-soo completed Lilka's second quest. The queen said that new snow spirits could be born from her body. Her powers had long been absorbed by the cold-blooded trees, but now she was about to become the world tree. But to do this, she needed to find a suitable place, and she asked Hyun-soo to help her. Her strength was leaving her, and soon she would turn into a seed. She asked to find a safe place for him. The queen added, "If he finds a high elf or druids, they can help." Hyun-soo handed her a piece of the map and asked if she had seen anything like this. She screamed that it was a treasure map. If they found it, it would be a disaster for the Great Front Empire. Hyun-soo asked for information about the treasure. But at that moment the queen turned into a seed, which fell into his hand. There were 9 days left before new people arrived at the tower. Hyun-soo wanted to climb at least one floor during this time. He found himself on the 28th floor. It was cold here too, but he endured it. He saw a castle with a portal forming above it. Deciding to follow the map and find the treasure, he rushed forward. Suddenly our hero fell into a dungeon. He fell to the floor, and the spirit of Chum appeared next to him. In the dungeon, he noticed a secret door. It was the labyrinth of Puregos. As soon as he entered the labyrinth, tentacles attacked him and began to suck out his soul. Hyun-soo broke free and walked on, but fell into an acid fog. Finally, he passed all the traps and found himself in a huge hall with columns. Suddenly, he heard a sound from above, and then saw a glowing face. It was the lamp of the dead. According to legend, many ghosts came out of this lamp and drove people crazy. The saddest thing was that Hyun-soo's attacks didn't work on them. Then Dokchun entered the battle and attacked the ghosts with chaos. But there were still too many ghosts. Hyun-soo then decided to use his last artifact from the fire temple. It turns out that if you close the lamp, it will stop working and recognize the one who closed it as the owner. Thus, the dead man's lamp came to belong to our hero. Hyun-soo tried to get out of the labyrinth, but he kept running into monsters, traps. He found the Hydra Pearl, a rare item that serves as a powerful antidote. He continued his journey along the map, but never found the treasure. It was apparently depicted on the missing piece of the map. With the help of his vision, Hyun-soo noticed the destroyed traps, the hypnotic one and the blade one. He thought that perhaps someone had already passed here before him. He saw doors protected by magic circles. He realized that he had found the place where the treasure was hidden. He entered a huge hall with metal shelves on which treasures lay. There were chests, gold bars, crowns, but you could only choose one treasure. Suddenly he felt someone's black energy. A monster with eyes from which blue light poured appeared before him. It was Puregos himself, the man who had succumbed to temptation and received immortality in exchange for a deal with the devil. He personally guarded the treasure. Everyone would tremble with fear at the sight of Puregos. He guarded the horn that summoned the demon and gave the opportunity to make a contract for immortality. He said that Hyun-soo should not have come here. Puregos scorched the boy with fire, but thanks to his fire resistance, he was not harmed. Puregos declared that Hyun-soo would fall into eternal sleep, but he activated the power-up cubes and Felon's set abilities. In response, Puregos used his weapon, the Death Sickle. Puregos thought Hyun-soo was doomed, but he stayed on his feet. He used the skill Return of the Dead. Hyun-soo attacked Puregos, and even after the guy cut off his head, he did not die. Our hero realized that Puregos would be resurrected until the vessel of life containing his soul was destroyed. He asked Dokchun to find it. While Puregos was talking to Hyun-soo, Dokchun ran to find the vessel. He asked how Puregos became a lich, and his former comrade Elias is an NPC and living well. The mention of Elias infuriated Puregos. He shouted, "What was Elias doing going up to the 99th floor?" Hyun-soo showed him the seed and asked if he knew what it was. Puregos replied, "It's Haina." Hyun-soo continued to tease and insult Puregos until he lost his composure and released a pillar of flame at him, causing unbearable pain. But thanks to his stamina and defense, Hyun-soo was not harmed. Puregos darkened with rage. Hyun-soo thought that those who ascended the tower became NPCs. What happened to ordinary people who failed to ascend? Puregos fell to his knees and said he had only reached the 35th floor. He was an ordinary man. He made a contract with a demon and received a leveling up. Puregos admitted that he now belonged to the tower. He asked if Hyun-soo knew who he had made a contract with. His master was the great Kildores, lord of the 7th circle of hell. Hyun-soo couldn't believe it. Could it really be Kildores? He said that Kildores is currently acting as an NPC on the 10th floor. Puregos was furious, not believing Hyun-soo. At this time, Dokchun was looking everywhere for the Vessel of Life, and finally found it. While Puregos was furious, Dokchun quietly approached him. He showed him the Vessel of Life. Puregos reached out in horror to take it, but Dokchun dropped the vessel and broke it. Puregos dissolved into thin air, leaving only dust behind. a portal appeared near the labyrinth. While Hyun-soo was fighting the boss, he also won the lottery and received the Aurora Beam, which can deliver electric shocks. Hyun-soo decided to look into the community to see what they were writing. It turned out that on the 30th floors you need to go up with a partner, and a person with the nickname Lick My Top wants to go up with the princess. Hyun-soo thought with horror that, God forbid, he would have to go up with this idiot. He found himself on the 29th floor. It was very cold there, but the guy had resistance to the cold. In the safe zone on the 30th floor, Choi Sang-mo gathered his comrades. Lee Ha-young said that they can't just hang around here forever. They need to rise up too. Once the newcomers read the princess's messages, her influence might increase. She added that Oh Ji-hyuk will be in charge of the 30th floor for a while, but they had no way to contain Oh Ji-hyuk. Choi Sang-mo said he wanted to follow him first. They were about to go upstairs, but first they had to finish their current business. He gathered all the members of the major guilds and declared that he was ordering the expulsion of the princess and all her followers from the tower. At this time, Hyun-soo improved his resistance to cold and strengthened his body. Suddenly, the boss of the 29th floor appeared and ordered the hero to follow her. The guy quickly got dressed and followed his boss. It was Magneta Pred, the mainstay of the Order of Ice and Fire. They were met by a man, the boss from the 19th floor. Magneta stood next to him, and on her belt hung the Frost Flame Sword. It was the couple that Hyun-soo saw in the story about Tunganas on the 15th floor. Magneta said that she would give Hyun-soo a test and give him a gift. She handed him the ice seal. Now Hyun-soo became a follower of the order and had to rise higher and higher. Magneta extended her hand, and the seal fell into the boy's palm. His hand and body began to freeze. Our hero activated the fire seal to avoid freezing completely. Flames raged around him, and the ice seal merged with his body. Hyun-soo became the paladin herald of the Order of Ice and Fire and now belonged to the order. The man also decided to give him a gift. It was the Bit of Love, capable of peacefully putting any enemy to sleep. As they parted, they gave Hyun-soo one piece of advice. They said that after they left for the tower, their order fell apart. Once united, it split into two and was eventually destroyed. They advised Hyun-soo not to enter into conflicts, but to join forces. At that moment, a portal opened and Hyun-soo was transported to the next floor. He found himself in the safe zone of the 30th floor. First, he decided to look for the guest house. He saw people with bandages. These were members of the Eclipse and Phoenix guilds. There were two wounded men standing there, and Lee Sanok was defending himself from the attackers. Hyun-soo realized that these people were looking for the princess. He opened a community and started writing. He couldn't understand why no one had told him anything if the order from the guilds had already been given. The people from the guild rushed at Lee Sanok. Lee Sanok resisted with all his might. Hyun-soo put on a monster mask and started throwing stones at them. He was spotted and everyone realized that he was Evil Eye. The guild leader ordered to capture him. But stones continued to fall from above onto the heads of the people from the guilds. They were forced to retreat, but they demanded that the princess's followers delete all posts about the passage. Hyun-soo didn't understand their true intentions. After all, they were even ready to start a war in order to hide the truth about the tutorial. Oh Ji-hyuk received a message from Choi Sang-mo ordering him to expel the princess and her allies from the tower. He realized that he was being forced to play the role of manager again. But after he learned the truth about the tutorial, he lost his desire to be someone's dog. To free himself, he needed to break his old ties. Hyun-soo was thinking about how to avoid the traps of the big guilds and continue his climb without interference. He remembered that he was given a week to delete all posts about the passage, otherwise a war would start. Lee Jong-suk reported that the major guilds would be waiting and suddenly attack the princess and her allies. Hyun-soo decided that he had no reason to run away. He wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. Hyun-soo saw someone hit Lilka. She was lying on the ground. He lifted her onto his shoulder and said that he would sort it out himself. When they stepped aside, Lilka asked if he had collected all the ingredients for the quest. Our hero gave her the tears of Ekuyeti. Lilka asked where the crown of the snow spirits was, but the guy gave her the crown of the queen of the snow spirits because all the snow spirits were extinct. Lilka started crying, and then Hyun-soo told her that there was a way to change everything. He showed her a seed from the world tree. If it was planted, the snow spirits would be able to be reborn. Lilka was very happy when she saw the seed. To plant it, you need to find elves or druids. The most important thing is that there should always be someone near the tree who will pour magic into it and protect it. Lilka said she knows some, but they are above the 70th floor. The closest one is on the 35th floor, a druid priest. His village was burned down by a man from the kingdom, so now he has a strong hatred for humans. To climb to the 31st floor, a team of at least 4 people is needed. Hyun-soo decided to look for partners. At this time, Kim So-dam called out to him. She led the Princess Alliance. The people from the Alliance invited Hyun-soo to join them and go up to the 31st floor. They came to an agreement, and Hyun-soo became the leader of their group. At the portal, they saw members of large guilds. Hyun-soo and his team approached the portal. From the 31st to the 39th floor, there was a section for a team game, obstacle course. Only 5 teams could reach the final. The losing team died. 8 teams participated in the game, 2 from the Princess Alliance, 3 from large guilds, and 1 without a guild. Hyun-soo decided to find out where the ending was. It was his first experience playing in a team, and he was a little nervous. Suddenly, a huge snake's mouth appeared in front of him. He cut the snake's head into pieces. It was the green jellyfish. Even though she was cut down, she reappeared. Hyun-soo felt the effect of petrification. The team members approached him. One of them found the skill book, Curse Resistance. Hyun-soo took the skill book and the petrification disappeared. He said that he would go to the side to check the situation and ordered the team to move to the right. Wolves with red eyes ran out to meet him. The guy decided to fight them. Hyun-soo used a bomb, and the explosion resounded throughout the forest. When the smoke cleared, the remains of orcs and wolves lay on the ground. Hyun-soo saw the Princess Alliance fighters and asked what happened. They replied that the large guilds had applied a weakening effect to them. They received a message about weakening by attracting monsters, and since then the monsters have been attacking continuously. Hyun-soo saw light on the mountain coming from the use of the artifact, meaning that the opponents had already reached the summit. Members of major guilds have reached the very top. If they have 2 spellbooks, they will be unrivaled. The spellbook allows you to attract monsters and weaken the enemy team. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the cave where part of the team had entered. There was the green Medusa again. She turned those who entered into stone. Hyun-soo reached the top and saw that the green jellyfish was already there, even though she had just been in the forest. He collected useful information and took the artifact. Our hero took the head of the green Medusa with him. In the mountains, he saw a glow. It was the location of the spellbooks. These are artifacts that can only be found near rocks. They weaken the enemy. He handed out spellbooks to his team. They still had to overcome a mountain with crumbling sandy soil. They decided to tie themselves to each other and climb together. Hyun-soo walked in front and everyone else followed him. Suddenly, our hero felt worse. He received a weakening from the enemy. The rest of the team also suffered the effects of powerlessness and blurred vision. Despite the limitations, he still made it to the top, but he couldn't use his skills. Then he activated the Holy Crab Seal. The crab carried out all the participants, deprived of strength, on its claws. Everyone found themselves at the top of the mountain. Thanks to Hyun-soo, everyone survived. It's good that they were allowed to use artifacts. They reached the finish line. Hyun-soo wanted to punish his opponents and also used a spellbook. Our hero's team was the first to reach the final point. As a reward, they received a box with high-level skills. The team members insisted that Hyun-soo take the box, since it was thanks to him that they reached the finals. He lay on the bed in the restroom and checked his stats. His skill levels had increased significantly. In the box, he received the skill Neutralize Magic. A message has appeared in the community that floors 33 and 34 are on the verge of collapse due to a team of newbies from floor 30. Those who died on the 33rd and 34th floors were resurrected on the 30th, where they were killed by the manager's team so that they would leave the tower. There was an assassin operating there, eliminating all members of the Princess Alliance on the 30th floor. At this time, a player with the nickname Your Head is Bald dealt with the cold-blooded trees on the 27th floor. The princess posted a message in the community asking Bald to help the Alliance members on the 30th floor. On the 32nd floor, 6 of the 12 teams united and attacked Hyunsu's team. Their goal was not to capture zones, but to destroy all team members. Hyunsu said that he would distract the enemies as far as possible and ordered the rest to capture 10 control zones. Everyone was worried about him. How could one person stand up to 20? But Hyunsu said he could handle it, and everyone followed his plan. He said goodbye and promised to return. He deliberately revealed his location so that his opponents would come to him. Our hero challenged all 20 opponents. The enemy team's commander gave the order to kill him, but one of the fighters reminded him that there was only an hour left until the end of the stage. At that moment, the stone pierced the commander and he died. Hyunsu remembered that it was the same bastard who threw a rock at him on the 30th floor. He was given debuffs, laziness and decreased sensitivity. In response, he used a skill that impaired the vision of his opponents. It was time to fight with the blade. He did an excellent job. But suddenly a python's sting pierced his shoulder. The opponents, seeing that he was wounded, attacked him all at once. They surrounded him and pointed daggers at him. They thought he was trapped, but in reality they were trapped. Hyunsu activated the Holy Crab Seal. He blocked their path and threw a firebomb. It was a ticking time bomb. 3 teams were eliminated. Hyunsu was lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Next to him was Doc Chun, who had escaped the blast thanks to mist acceleration, but had been badly damaged. Our hero thought that perhaps he had gone too far. At that moment, his team ran up to him. They lifted him up, helped him stand up, and said that they knew he would be in this condition, and that's why they came for him. There were 7 seconds left until the end of the zone capture, and the mission was completed. Everyone was happy that Hyunsu survived and said, "We couldn't abandon our comrade." The 32nd floor was passed. In the waiting room after the completion of the 32nd floor, everyone was resting. The combination of firebomb and thunderbomb resulted in a time bomb, which earned Hyunsu the title Bomber. We see 2 members of major guilds discussing the upcoming battle. At this time, a man with the nickname My Head is Bald appeared. He dealt with members of a major guild for daring to kill members of the princess's fan club. He was back in his green suit and called himself the Princess Knight. At this time, the guys from his team came to visit our hero. Hyunsu and his team moved to the 33rd floor, where they had to transport the patient to a safe zone within 5 hours. As they stood on the ground, an arrow began to spin, indicating who would be sick. The arrow pointed to Hyunsu. He had to play the role of the sick person. They put him on the shield, and the strongest member of the team pulled him. But there was one catch. If they didn't make it in time, the patient would die. The skills didn't work on this floor, but Hyunsu used the gravity bracelet and they moved faster. At some point they stopped and listened. These were members of a large guild who were fleeing, also transporting their sick person. There was a high chance that they would unite and attack Hyunsu's team before they reached the safe zone. The team decided to eliminate the members of a large guild one by one. The guys from Hyunsu's team attacked and destroyed one of the opponents, but the rest used magical weapons. Then Dokchun stepped in. He channeled the energy of chaos and created a protective dome. There was a loud explosion and the opposing team disappeared. All members of Hyunsu's team remained safe, thanks to Dokchun. At this time, the road broke, an abyss appeared, and above it, a cable. To get across, you had to walk along this cable. The guy who carried Hyunsu went first. With great difficulty, they reached the other side and climbed out onto the ground. The team members who did not manage to get to the other side of the abyss were ambushed. Then the same guy placed Hyun-soo on the safe side of the gap and returned along the rope to fight the members of the large guild. There were many opponents, but only 2 from Hyun-soo's team. The opponents said they had tried hard, but now it was time to rest in oblivion. Hyun-soo's team rushed to attack. One of the enemies snuck up on the girl with a sharp dagger, but some invisible force shielded the girl from the blow. The opponents used their skills and disappeared. They had a detection skill, and they used it. With his help, they found one of Hyun-soo's team members. Several daggers flew towards him. At that moment, the guy who was carrying the sick man returned. One of the opposing admins even adjusted his glasses to get a better look at who it was. The guy was advancing towards them, covering himself with a shield. But there were still too many opponents. At this time, there was a reassignment of patients in teams. The player that major guilds were counting on began killing teams one after another. Now Hyun-soo and his team were not in any danger. Finally, the one who destroyed all the teams of the major guilds appeared. He suggested to Hyun-soo to kill all the newbies from the Sangun, Daesun, and Eclipse guilds. They walked and reasoned that the newcomers no longer had any coins left. Oh Ji-hyuk killed the last member from a major guild. He gave Hyun-soo an artifact for communication between guilds. They decided to go higher, to the 34th floor. There they found themselves in the arena, where Lilka was already there, shouting that she was betting on Hyun-soo. All spectators of this fight were NPCs. A girl with wings named Flata greeted the guests. We see 2 members of major guilds discussing the upcoming battle. At this time, a man with the nickname "My Head is Bald" appeared. He dealt with members of a major guild for daring to kill members of the princess's fan club. He was back in his green suit and called himself the Princess Knight. At this time, the guys from his team came to visit our hero. Hyun-soo and his team moved to the 33rd floor, where they had to transport the patient to a safe zone within 5 hours. As they stood on the ground, an arrow began to spin, indicating who would be sick. The arrow pointed to Hyun-soo. He had to play the role of the sick person. They put him on the shield, and the strongest member of the team pulled him. But there was one catch. If they didn't make it in time, the patient would die. The skills didn't work on this floor, but Hyun-soo used the gravity bracelet, and they moved faster. At some point, they stopped and listened. These were members of a large guild who were fleeing, also transporting their sick person. There was a high chance that they would unite and attack Hyun-soo's team before they reached the safe zone. The team decided to eliminate the members of a large guild one by one. The guys from Hyun-soo's team attacked and destroyed one of the opponents, but the rest used magical weapons. Then Dokchun stepped in. He channeled the energy of chaos and created a protective dome. There was a loud explosion and the opposing team disappeared. All members of Hyun-soo's team remained safe, thanks to Dokchun. At this time, the road broke. An abyss appeared, and above it, a cable. To get across, you had to walk along this cable. The guy who carried Hyun-soo went first. With great difficulty, they reached the other side and climbed out onto the ground. The team members, who did not manage to get to the other side of the abyss, were ambushed. Then the same guy placed Hyun-soo on the safe side of the gap and returned along the rope to fight the members of the large guild. There were many opponents, but only 2 from Hyun-soo's team. The opponents said they had tried hard, but now it was time to rest in oblivion. Hyun-soo's team rushed to attack. One of the enemies snuck up on the girl with a sharp dagger, but some invisible force shielded the girl from the blow. The opponents used their skills and disappeared. They had a detection skill, and they used it. With his help, they found one of Hyun-soo's team members. Several daggers flew towards him. At that moment, the guy who was carrying the sick man returned. One of the opposing admins even adjusted his glasses to get a better look at who it was. The guy was advancing towards them, covering himself with a shield. But there were still too many opponents. At this time, there was a reassignment of patients in teams. The player that major guilds were counting on began killing teams one after another. Now Hyun-soo and his team were not in any danger. Finally, the one who destroyed all the teams of the major guilds appeared. He suggested to Hyun-soo to kill all the newbies from the Sangun, Daesun, and Eclipse guilds. They walked and reasoned that the newcomers no longer had any coins left. O.G. Hyuk killed the last member from a major guild. He gave Hyun-soo an artifact for communication between guilds. They decided to go higher, to the 34th floor. There they found themselves in the arena, where Lilka was already there, shouting that she was betting on Hyun-soo. All spectators of this fight were NPCs. A girl with wings named Flotta greeted the guests. They decided to move through the second zone, where the survival rate was highest. The team entered the zone of Zakaltan, a predator of swampy terrain, where the probability of survival was 65%. Suddenly they saw the boss's glowing eyes. A moment later, Zakaltan himself, the boss of the third zone, appeared. The boss rushed to attack. Hyun-soo and his team attacked the boss with all available means. At this time, Choi Sang-mo headed through the mountains with the Mountain Destroyer sword. But before that, he decided to deal with the rat who betrayed them. Meanwhile, the boss of the third zone was suffering defeat. Hyun-soo launched an aurora beam at him. He then threw a firebomb at the boss. For the first time in the server's history, Zakaltan, the predator of the swamplands, was defeated. Hyun-soo received the title of Conqueror of the Swamps. As a reward, he received a green stone and the ability to control 3 zones. Hyun-soo saw O.G. Hyuk fighting with Choi Sang-mo. Choi Sang-mo used various attacks against him, but was unable to inflict significant damage. O.G. Hyuk was, if not stronger, then much more agile. They stood opposite each other with weapons in their hands. Then Choi Sang-mo used the skill Giant Strike. O.G. Hyuk was amazed. Choi Sang-mo said that Evil Eye would be next. O.G. Hyuk was lying among a pile of rocks. Hyun-soo approached him and asked why he was lying there. He said he came to help. Choi Sang-mo and his men saw them and gave chase. Our hero said that he would deal with Choi Sang-mo later and activated the green stone. A huge stone wall rose up in front of the attackers. At this time, Hyun-soo and O.G. Hyuk ran away quickly. O.G. Hyuk didn't understand why they were running. They could have already dealt with the enemies. Hyun-soo replied that it was necessary to save not only O.G. Hyuk, but also his friends. They engaged in battle with members of major guilds. Finally, all the opponents were defeated, but Choi Sang-mo managed to escape. Hyun-soo and O.G. Hyuk's team discussed strategy on how to defeat the big guilds. They decided to eliminate all the newbies on the floor. There were about 80 fighters from the major guilds left, and considering the newcomers, it seemed like there was no chance of winning. But Hyun-soo had a plan. The newcomers gathered in the neutral zone. Choi Sang-mo arrived there. He reported that he had missed Evil Eye but obtained valuable information. He killed the bosses in 3 zones and gained control over them. Now he had the powers of a manager. He could change the landscape, control monsters, etc. His next target was the second zone, the one with the highest survival rate. But it was supposed to be a grave for everyone. The newcomers set up an ambush there, but there was no enemy group. Instead, a robot appeared and dropped bombs on them. None of the newcomers expected such an attack. At this time, members of Hyun-soo's team appeared, feigning escape, and lured one of the newcomers. He stopped when he saw that they were running into the 5th zone, with 0 chance of survival. Some time ago, the following events took place in the 5th zone. Hyun-soo and Dok-chun entered the 5th zone. Trees and thorny vines immediately tried to grab them. Soon they saw the druid Pingril sitting with a small shovel in his hands. The druid looked at them and said that he had not had visitors for a long time. Hyun-soo said that he wanted to talk and showed him the Snow Spirit Queen's crown and the World Tree Seed. But the druid replied that he saw no point in talking to a man. Stones were thrown towards our hero. The druid said that Hyun-soo must die. But suddenly Kildoris appeared before the druid. He attacked Hyun-soo with his fists and shouted that he had sold him out. Despite Hyun-soo explaining that he had only handed over the artifact, Kildoris grabbed him and began shaking him, saying that he had suffered greatly because of Flotta due to the hero's fault. Kildoris revealed that Flotta had fled from heaven to hell on her own. If she returned, she would be killed, so she told Kildoris to take responsibility for it. Hyun-soo couldn't understand what he had to do with it. Then Kildoris calmed down a bit and said that they would talk later, but since Hyun-soo had used the coupon to call him, he would help. The druid watched their conversation with interest. Hyun-soo explained that he was just a simple member climbing the tower. Kildoris asked why he had been summoned. Hyun-soo replied that he wanted to speak with the druid, but he refused to cooperate. He asked the druid if he had really destroyed the human kingdom outside the tower. Kildoris brought both hell and heaven to their knees. The battle was so intense that Hyun-soo couldn't even follow them with his eyes. Kildoris told Hyun-soo to wait outside because if they really separated, not only he would die, but the entire 35th floor. The fight between the demon and the druid continued. Hyun-soo left Kildoris to deal with the druid and went to catch the newcomers. At this time, Kim Sodam was in the 5th zone. One of the newcomers was following her, but he did not dare to enter the 5th zone, from where no one had ever returned. None of Hyun-soo's team members could handle him. Only one fought him on equal terms, but the rest could only defend themselves. The newcomer was already smiling in anticipation of victory, saying that their interest group had come to an end. And then Hyun-soo's voice came from above. He stood with his hand raised and activated the skill Calling to the Night. Ghosts appeared and began to suck out the parameters of opponents. The newcomers fought back, wondering, could he really have defeated the boss of the 5th zone? Hyun-soo ordered the ghosts to attack the regular guild members, as the newbies could handle them. And he himself decided to deal with the main newcomers. One of them armed himself again and vowed to kill Hyun-soo. The battle between them began. Hyun-soo rushed to attack. Dokjun also did not lag behind and helped him with his tongue. He instantly shot out his tongue and snatched a spear from one of the newcomers. One blow and one of the enemies was gone. But suddenly he appeared again, and with him, another. It was not easy to defeat two. One of them activated angel wings, blocking attacks. The newcomers went on the attack against Hyun-soo. Lee Ha-young attacked him while Kim Chung-hwae covered the defense. Hyun-soo rushed at them with a new attack. Kim Jong-hoo said that Hyun-soo won't be able to cut his wings with a sword. Hyun-soo then activated the stargazing eyes and saw that the wings were weakly resistant to things containing holy power. He used holy power. Only shreds remained of the wings. Hyun-soo mockingly said that he would pluck Kim Jong-hwae and make chicken soup out of him. He then used abyssal pupils, forcing the enemy to face their inner demon. Kim Jong-hwae still resisted and continued to attack. Then Hyun-soo used firebomb. Kim Jong-hoo and our hero both flew into the air. He activated the gravity bracelet and threw the firebomb again. The enemy was defeated and Hyun-soo fell to the ground exhausted. Kim Jong-hoo was lying on the ground, groaning. He had fallen from a height, but was still alive. Hyun-soo thought that he needed to deal with Lee Ha-yeon urgently before she came to her senses. He applied fog acceleration, but Lee Ha-young took on the form of a demon and rushed to attack Hyun-soo. Then he used his skill Return of the Dead. Even though the skill stopped the fight, Lee Ha-yeon impressed him. Our hero needed to save his strength for the fight with Choi Sang-mo. Suddenly, a brand appeared on his shoulder. There is a punishment system for those branded. It was Lee Ha-young who came to her senses and branded the enemy. Hyun-soo saw an energy ball in front of him. It was Lee To-yeon, nicknamed Lick My Top, the final winner. He had become much stronger since Hyun-soo saw him on the 20th floor. He declared that the one who killed more newbies would win. He ordered his team to go forward and eliminate Lee Ha-young and Choi Sang-mo. His team launched an attack on people from major guilds. Hyun-soo ran, but Lee Ha-young rushed after him. Suddenly, an energy sphere appeared in front of her. Lee To-yeon said that he would be her opponent. When Hyun-soo reached the battle site, Oh-ji-hyuk was sitting with his head in his hands. Choi Sang-mo stood nearby, about to strike. Oh-ji-hyuk was in a terrible state, but he said that he would deal with Choi Sang-mo himself. Hyun-soo crossed swords with Choi Sang-mo. He used various skills to defeat the newbie. Choi Sang-mo dodged the attacks every time. It was hard for our hero, but Dokjun supported him as best she could, protecting him with armor. Choi Sang-mo was shocked. Some frog managed to stop his blow. Then Hyun-soo threw a firebomb at him. But Choi Sang-mo stood in the center of the fire, unharmed. He had already analyzed Hyun-soo's abilities a long time ago. At this time, Oh Ji-hyuk, who had come to his senses a little, grabbed Choi Sang-mo by the leg. Then he kicked him. At that moment, Hyun-soo used Aurora Beam, but Choi Sang-mo managed to dodge it. Oh Ji-hyuk dealt blows one after another. Choi Sang-mo was in a red aura, exhausted. Oh Ji-hyuk told our hero that the final blow was his, but Choi Sang-mo activated his giant strike. The impact was so powerful that the earth shook. Hyun-soo and Oh Ji-hyuk rushed forward. Suddenly they stopped. There were many obstacles in front of them. They tried to use fog acceleration to get around these obstacles, but the system cancelled it. Choi Sang-mo raised his hammer and said that he couldn't reach them by himself. An idea popped into Hyun-soo's head. He placed his hands on Oh Ji-hyuk's shoulders and activated the skill Iron Will, which turned the designated item into iron. He then launched Oh Ji-hyuk along with a fire bomb and Aurora Beam. Choi Sang-mo stood with his hand raised when he noticed something flying towards him. There was an explosion of such force that the earth shook. Hyun-soo saluted Oh Ji-hyuk, who heroically sacrificed himself for the sake of victory. But Choi Sang-mo survived, although he was completely exhausted. When Hyun-soo approached, he pointed his sword at him. Our hero tied up Choi Sang-mo with invisible ropes. At this time, Lee Tu-yeon dealt with Lee Ha-young. Only Oh Ji-hyuk's feet were sticking out of the ground. His body was completely buried. Hyun-soo approached Choi Sang-mo and said that he needed to learn a lot from him. Choi Sang-mo responded that they were making a big mistake. They should submit to the system before it was too late. At this time, Oh Ji-hyuk intervened and kicked Choi Sang-mo. Choi Sang-mo laughed and said that if it weren't for Hyun-soo, Oh Ji-hyuk would have been kicked out of the tower a long time ago. They noticed that Choi Sang-mo had an O-birth mark on his neck, meaning that he had been placed under a restriction. Then Lee Tu-yeon, Lee-zoon, came up and said that he would try to talk to him himself. He used his disable skill and attempted to temporarily disable Choi Sang-mo. However, it was not possible to completely turn it off, only for a short time. Choi Sang-mo said that since the tower appeared, everyone is on the path to destruction. The more hunters, the more chaos. Don't forget that hunters are the same creatures as monsters. He asked why there were more and more gates every year, because chaos would lead to the destruction of everything. Hyun-soo, Oh Ji-hyuk, and Lee-zoon stood and listened silently. If all this is true, it's unbelievable. It was clear that they still didn't know much. The heads of the major guilds who once started out as hunters only reached the 50th floors. So Hyun-soo could only rise higher. A portal appeared and Oh Ji-hyuk joined Lee-zoon's team. Kildoris appeared, still unable to forgive Hyun-soo for giving his ex-wife the summoning horn, and said that Pengrill was waiting for him in his garden. When Hyun-soo arrived, the druid was kneeling. The boy asked him to take care of the seed of the world tree. The druid promised to look after him and expressed his gratitude. Hyun-soo took off his mask, hoping that the druid would give him something valuable. Pengrill said that people are dangerous creatures, but he still considered Hyun-soo worthy of a reward and gave him the Druid World Zone and the title of Spirit Friend. The druid immediately planted the seed of the world tree and it sprouted. A moment later, a giant tree grew in front of them, its crown reaching into the sky. A snow spirit fell into Hyun-soo's arms, and when it grows up, it will become the new queen. At this time, Lee-zoon appeared nearby. Taking off his helmet, he turned out to be a young girl. She laughed and asked if Hyun-soo thought he was the only one hiding his identity. The girl suggested switching to informal you and called him Princess. Hyun-soo was horrified by the revelation. He tried to object that he was not a princess, but the girl dragged him along without listening. She took him to a secluded place and demanded that he tell her everything frankly. Hyun-soo took off his mask. He had no choice. He asked her how she guessed. She replied that both he and the princess had acted in the same way. The girl said that she does not intend to lose, and it is unknown who will reach the top first. She said goodbye to Hyun-soo and advised him to publish the princess's walkthrough. The guy sat down and started writing in the chat. While he was writing, he cried. He was ashamed that the girl had exposed him. At that moment, a druid approached him and asked what had happened. Although he didn't know the details, he said that if Hyun-soo was honest with himself, then he shouldn't cry. Hyun-soo showed the druid the box he had received from Flada and asked if he knew what it was. It was an exchange box. If you put a jewel in it, you could get an A-grade artifact. The druid replied that on the 39th floor there was an NPC named Menglet, and he had such a jewel. At this time, on the 84th floor, a man was writing a message in the chat. On the 36th floor, you had to get to the island. 8 teams participated, and when the 7th reached the goal, a whirlpool began. Hyun-soo also participated in this competition. One after another, he passed the 37th and 38th floors. Finally, the team arrived on the 39th floor. They approached the entrance to the cave. It was dark inside, but ahead they saw a strange symbol. It was a portal generator, a stone wall that creates a portal. You had to arrange the gems in the right order. It was necessary to collect 5 stones to get out. Suddenly they saw the demon Kadion and the devil Kakbel, who possessed the power of evil. The demons chose their slaves. Those who were enslaved had to undergo training. Our hero rushed into the attack and gave the command to cover him. The rest of the team lined up like a wall. At this time, Hyun-soo pounced on one of the devils. He used his chisel and struck at the devil. A precious stone fell out of the defeated devil. Hyun-soo's team became so strong that they could defeat level 4 monsters. After killing a few more monsters, they obtained additional stones and inserted 2 of them into the portal. At that moment, a monster attacked them. The creature was terrifying. Its eyes were glowing and huge teeth were sticking out of its mouth. The monsters seemed to be going to their deaths. Hyun-soo believed that this way they would quickly collect all the stones and open the portal. However, despite the destruction of enemies, the number of stones did not increase. The system sent a message that the demon chief had chosen a slave for himself, and that slave turned out to be Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo and Kim Sadan found themselves in an unknown room. Oh Ji-hyuk and another team member were also there. After a short meeting, they decided to escape by knocking down the door. They looked at Oh Ji-hyuk. Hyun-soo transformed his spirit into steel again and used Oh Ji-hyuk's head to knock down the door. However, they were unable to escape. They were met by Meglith, a demon from the 4th circle of hell who controlled the slaves on the 39th floor. Meglith stated that they would all remain slaves until they died, or until their team opened the portal. All were wearing slave collars. Hyun-soo noticed people chained up and busy digging the ground. Among them were NPCs, demons of the 4th circle of hell. These demons were the losers in the war. Hyun-soo realized that there was much he didn't know. People were enslaved here for over a year. The slaves reported that it was impossible to escape. They would not allow them to die, and it was impossible to open a portal here. If there was another way to escape, these demons would not be here anymore. Hyun-soo treated one of the demons to a steak. The demons were delighted, as they had not eaten anything like this for a long time. They asked him what he wanted, but he made it clear that he simply wanted to establish contact. The demons lay there, well-fed and contented. They noticed that Hyun-soo couldn't lie. They admitted that they had long wanted to kill Meglith. Soon a message came from the system. Meglith called Hyun-soo. The demons wished him luck and reminded him that first impressions matter. Hyun-soo entered the room and threw a firebomb and an aurora beam into it. Meglith sat calmly at the table, not reacting to the attack. Hyun-soo's face was swollen from the blows. Meglith noted that this was the first time he had encountered someone who attacked him at their first meeting, and that Hyun-soo's behavior surprised him. Hyun-soo came to the conclusion that Meglith was crazy because he tried to kill him, but Meglith was still pleased with the meeting. Hyun-soo asked a question about the all-out war. Meglith pointed out that Hyun-soo probably heard about her from the stupid demons. The general war was a sacred process that united the disparate races of demons. The white demons defeated the scarlet and black ones, but were defeated by the yellow ones, who destroyed the rest and made them slaves. Sensu sat on the bags and thought about how to kill the NPC, since the usual methods did not work. He needed the strength of not only the two demons, but also all the other slaves. At this time, Dak-chun brought Hyun-soo the black gemstone she had been secretly looking for. One of the slaves warned that if the stone was found, it would be taken away immediately. Our hero reported that he had found a way to escape, but he needed the help of everyone here. Hyun-soo attacked Meglit every time they met. Every time after the attack, Hyun-soo received a punch to the jaw. He fell, but did not give up, and with his nose pressed against the wall, continued to move forward. Thanks to his unusual vision, he discovered hidden gems in the wall. Our hero reported that he had studied the paths in the mines and found everything necessary to prepare for an escape. He asked the demons if they would participate in the escape, and they agreed. The demons even came up with some kind of plan and decided to share it with our hero. Meglit felt sympathy for Hyun-soo because he had attacked him many times before, but did not give in. The moment Meglit had problems with the slaves, he apologized and disappeared. Hyun-soo decided to take advantage of this moment and planted a time bomb. At this time, Meglit returned. Hyun-soo asked him why he was collecting precious stones. Meglit replied that he liked everything that glitters, and that he enjoyed watching the torment of slaves. The boy asked if Meglit had some rare gemstone, because Pengrill told him that Meglit actually had such a stone. It was a special stone, the beginning of a relic that was in the possession of the demon. Hyun-soo asked if there was any way he could get this stone. They told him that it was impossible. However, because he often entertained Meglit, he declared that after his death, he would leave the stone to Hyun-soo. Meglit then suggested that he try to kill him to get the relic. Hyun-soo smiled, thinking about the plan he had already prepared. The demon comrades lined up behind Hyun-soo. One of them expressed sincere gratitude on behalf of everyone. Hyun-soo was surprised because the escape had not yet taken place, but the slave explained that the guy was not obliged to take care of people like them, but he did it anyway. Hyun-soo thought that he would simply use them to kill Meglit, but he said out loud that they should not fight among themselves, but rather unite. He reasoned that if everything went according to plan, they would soon reach Meglit. Suddenly, Meglit himself appeared and asked a question about the gathering that was taking place. The slaves' gazes flared with anger, but Meglit didn't care. He openly mocked their attempts to escape. He then suggested that Hyun-soo have some fun, but he activated a time bomb. Everyone started running after Hyun-soo. They reached a room where there were many magic stones for creating portals. Hyun-soo began distributing these stones to the other slaves. Without the gems, the slabs themselves were useless. Hyun-soo ordered everyone to step back. He punched the wall and it shattered. Behind her was a whole mountain of precious stones. Hyun-soo commanded to grab suitable stones and insert them into the slabs to activate the portal. Soon the wall opened and all the slaves rushed out, led by Hyun-soo. The team was waiting for their leader and greeted him with joy. Everyone rushed to him with hugs. The escape was successful, but there was still one task left. Each NPC was tied to a specific territory, and if it disappeared, he disappeared along with it. The gems were set into the portal activation plates. Hyun-soo said that he had one unfinished business left. He intended to deal with Meglit and then catch up with the others. He wanted to destroy the location and kill Meglit. Hyun-soo's two allies were the first to attack Meglit. At that moment, Hyun-soo himself arrived. Meglit noted that he had been too kind to Hyun-soo. The process of destruction of the location reached 74%. There was only a little bit left to hold out. Meglit sent a beam of light towards Hyun-soo, which pierced through his body. Hyun-soo's allies launched a furious attack on Meglit. Meglit directed the distortion at two of Hyun-soo's allies, and their bodies were also pierced. He declared that Hyun-soo and the two demons would die the most painful death. Then he promised to turn Hyun-soo into a walking dead man and leave him to rot here until the end of time. Hyun-soo winked at the enemy, indicating that he should turn his attention to the left. He threw a firebomb, causing a powerful explosion. The territory of Meglite was destroyed. The demon that absorbed the blue, white, black, and red demons became a great demon. He entered into an equal fight with Meglith. Hyun-Soo was afraid that the demon wouldn't be able to cope and ordered to prepare a plan B. The demon, formed from the fusion of the other two, fought Meglith until there was 12% left before the location was destroyed. Meglith struck with his fist, and the demon crumbled into pieces. The process of location destruction has reached 92%. Hyun-Soo was disappointed because the demon couldn't hold out just a little longer until the end of the process. When the destruction reached 99%, the creation of the portal was completed, but the destruction process itself stopped. Meglith chuckled and asked what Hyun-Soo was going to do since everyone had already left the floor, and there were no more slabs left. However, Hyun-Soo had a spare plate with the necessary gems. He activated the portal and prepared to enter it. At this point, the destruction of the location was complete. The 39th floor was completely destroyed, and the tower automatically regenerated it, replacing Meglith with Gale. Hyun-Soo found himself on the 40th floor. He was met by the crew members and the freed slaves from the 39th floor. Oh Ji-hyuk said that there is a shrine in the east where you can increase your strength. Suddenly Lilka appeared and pounced on Hyun-Soo and Dak-chun with hugs. She invited them to her villa. The system gave Hyun-Soo the title of the one who rewrote history. Hyun-Soo asked Lilka about the nature of chaos. Lilka warned him not to tell anyone, neither people nor NPCs, about this, and added that she would only find out the truth at the summit. She handed him the Odelto ring and promised that he would receive other artifacts later. The guy again exchanged the evidence for the Moment of Sorrow gem, but in exchange for this, he had to complete a new quest. He decided to start from the place indicated by Oh Ji-hyuk, but he only found a pond there. Lilka said that a reward awaited him in this place, so he dived into the water. There appeared the boss of the 9th floor, Dolgan, who had to be defeated. The monster opened its mouth, but Hyun-Soo remained motionless. Dolgan's teeth stopped 5 centimeters away from him, causing no harm. Then Hyun-Soo threw a firebomb at him. Dolgan retreated. Our hero successfully passed 5 tests. In the 6th test, his opponent was again Meglith, this time with restrictions imposed on him. Hyun-Soo had to endure 3 attacks or deal 1 blow in return. He used the Mist Acceleration skill and withstood the first attack. The system has prohibited the repeated use of fog acceleration. During the second attack, Hyun-Soo's body was burned. However, the foggy trail reached him anywhere, no matter how he dodged. Hyun-Soo tried to use other skills. At this time, Meglith prepared to tear him to pieces. The hero used the Rainbow Reflection skill. With this, he repelled the second attack. He not only withstood the blow, but also managed to deliver his own. The final test was successfully completed. Meglith was completely amazed. After completing the final test, Meglith was recalled by the system as the test was over. Hyun-Soo successfully passed all the tests, and his ascent to the top of the tower was blessed. He temporarily stayed at Lilka's villa to recuperate. Looking into his community, he found that the 39th floor had been restored, and Gale had become the new main NPC. It is also revealed that Hyun-Soo has inherited a portion of chaos, a power that will increase as he grows. In order to reach the 100th floor, chaos must exceed 100. This meant that Hyun-Soo had to change at least 9 more floors. He wanted to know how to get chaos and asked Lilka about it. At first she refused to talk, but after thinking a little she decided to tell. Lilka asked how he got the first dose of chaos. Hyun-Soo explained that he killed Meglith. This made Lilka furious. Now she understood why Meglith disappeared from her client list. Before leaving, she reported that chaos was starting to manifest from the 60th floor. Hyun-Soo continued walking and entered the 41st floor. This floor was very similar to the previous one, the same landscapes, a similar atmosphere. In the middle of the location there was a tree that, according to the records, had been struck by lightning 100 times. After activating his abilities, Hyun-Soo discovered an electricity-resistant skill book under a tree. Suddenly there was a mooing sound. Huge buffalo were rushing towards him. Two horned mustangs were galloping next to them. The system offered him a choice of who to fight. While he hesitated, one of the buffaloes approached and struck. Then Hyun-soo made a decision to fight both the buffaloes and the mustangs. He rushed into battle, attacking both opponents. He ended the battle with a firebomb, destroying all the monsters. The floor was passed, and he went to the 42nd. There his attention was drawn to a carriage with a skeleton sitting on the box. Looking inside, he saw a second skeleton. One of them was holding a box in his hands. Hyun-soo's intuition told him that there was something important inside. He opened the box and found the key to Count Bilstein's secret space and a letter. The guy tried to read the letter but didn't understand a word. Then he activated his special eyes and read the message. It concerned the occult. It turned out that the Count was involved in the dark arts and collected occult artifacts. When this was discovered, an inquisitor was sent to him. The Count was unable to get rid of the sinister objects and died. This means that some of these artifacts still remained in the mansion. Hyun-soo walked through one of the doors and fell down. He found himself in complete darkness, but activated his night vision. Looking around, I realized that I had arrived at the right place. He was surrounded by objects that had once belonged to the Count. Among them, he noticed a coffin in which Demodemon was sealed, the one who destroyed the Bilstein family. He was faced with a choice: ignore the coffin, flee, or strengthen the seal. Hyun-soo, overcome with rage, kicked the coffin. The demon howled in pain and vowed to destroy him. The hero activated the magic and strengthened the seal. He had little time left, so he decided to take up potion making. In front of him lay a pile of rare magical ingredients. Suddenly, a giant ghoul appeared, formed from the fusion of several undead bodies. Hyun-soo took out a flask of living water that had collected divine energy. He sprinkled the ghoul with this water. At that moment, a message came from Bald. He had already reached the 30th floor. Hyun-soo poured divine water into the coffin containing the demi-demon. The system informed him that on the day the seal was broken, the demon would find him and take revenge in the most brutal way. He poured all that was left of the living water into the coffin. The system offered a choice: use the still living water or leave the seal and leave. Hyun-soo never made a final choice and spent 15 days on the 42nd floor, all the while making potions. Hyun-soo decided that he had finished all his business on the 42nd floor, and it was time for him to leave. Demodemon told our hero that if he gave him some more living water, which became like a drug for him, he would give him a ring of subspace and a hint on how to pass the tower. Our hero poured living water on him again. After that, he received the subspace ring from Demodemon. It was an item of power. When our hero extended his hand, a subspace opened up. The guy poured living water again to get a hint on how to pass the tower. At this time, a message came from the system that for the first time on the server, a demon was completely sealed. The amount of chaos points increased by 5. The 42nd floor was passed. Hyun-soo was afraid that the demon had drunk too much of the living water, but nevertheless he was transferred to the 43rd floor. Without giving a hint, the demi-demon was plunged into peace after drinking 5 bottles of living water. The 43rd floor was passed without much effort, and the guy found himself on the 44th floor. There he found the materials for Lilka's quest, a cry that corrodes the soul, a cry from the soul as well as mandrake, a top-level magical ingredient, a treasure of the Black Sea. The cry of the soul consumed souls. Hyun-soo told him that if he behaved well, he would take care of him. Our hero named him Totog. The war between the strange birds and the iron-faced demons was approaching. A choice had to be made. Whose victory would be? The iron-faced demons moved in groups. They were the monsters of the 4th group. The strange birds were level 5 monsters, and they would never retreat because they were protecting their chicks. Dokchun and Totog intervened in the battle. Totog let out such a heart-rending cry that the space around him trembled. Both the birds and the iron-faced demons all fell to the ground. Hyun-soo decided to take advantage of the moment and take the eggs from the nest of strange birds. But then one of the strange birds flew at him and almost killed him with its beak. Had to use my firebomb. After that, the guy went to get the mask of the iron-faced demon. He used a fire blast, an aurora beam, and an electric shock at the same time. He had skills to such a level that he could easily deal with even level 5 demons. Our hero was transported to the 45th floor. He saw a huge whale in the middle of the sea with a spreading palm tree on its back. Our hero had a choice: to save Keith, who couldn't swim, or the fairy, who was floundering nearby and also drowning. There was only one thing that could be saved, and Hyun-soo faced a difficult choice. Each of them asked to be saved. The guy sat on the shore and still couldn't decide who he should save. In the end, he decided to save the one who would give him the best reward. The fairy promised to tell him the secret of the fairies. Our hero asked Dokchun to help him in order to save both of them. Hyun-soo pulled out a whale and Dokchun pulled out a fairy. Both survivors made it to the safe zone, although they were on the edge. It turned out that crossing the lake was the only way to the safe zone. The fairy complained, "Many people think that NPCs are powerful creatures, but people like her are just surviving." Hyun-soo remembered Alios's words. NPCs are tied to the tower and pay a high price for the opportunity to live here. Keith added that the path to the safe zone is full of dangers and powerful creatures. It turned out that both the whale and the fairy were afraid to go further, fearing death. The system offered a choice: help them cross the lake or leave them and continue their ascent. Hyun-soo decided to help. The diameter of the lake was about 1 kilometer, and closer to the center a magical storm raged. Our hero wanted to build a boat, but there was only dirt around. Then he built a high mountain out of mud and invited the whale to jump from it. Everyone climbed onto the whale's back. The whale accelerated and jumped with incredible force. They flew over the storm and tempest. Hyun-soo asked the whale to speed up as much as possible. They managed to overcome the storm, but in the air they began to lose speed. He still managed to reach the other side of the lake. It's time to pay for the rescue. The whale gave Hyun-soo a pass to the underground city and mithril ore. The fairy kissed him, saying that all his deeds would end in success. She also gave a barrel of fairy honey wine and pollen from her wings. The whale and the fairy dove into a well made specifically for the NPC to move to the 45th floor. Through it, one could get to a safe zone. Because Hyun-soo saved these two, his chaos meter increased by 2, and he was transported to the 45th floor. On the 46th floor, the boss was a stone turtle. Meanwhile, there was active correspondence in the community. The princess has gained a lot of fans. The princess wrote that to climb to the 100th floor, you need to accumulate 100 chaos points. A stranger with the nickname Fluffy warned her that she was being watched from the upper floors. Our hero realized that he needed to build up his strength and influence in order to be ready to meet those who live at the top. The 46th floor looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off there. There lived Haida, the fairy of destruction. Seeing Odelto's ring on Hyun-soo, she asked if he was his friend. She searched for Odelto for a long time, but could not find him anywhere. Hyun-soo said he had a letter from Odelto, but he decided not to rush, and said that he had simply accidentally dropped the letter here. Hyun-soo began to search for the letter in the desert, and Haida danced around him the whole time. Haida said that sometimes during the day someone watches her from afar and then disappears. Hyun-soo wanted to go to the safe zone, but Haida forbade it and became very angry. Then he offered to leave Dokchun in his place, promising to return quickly. He entered the safe zone. He was met by Duke Deniomi, an NPC and former ruler of the Fallen Saints Empire. The Duke invited Hyun-soo to rest with him. He showed a painting of a young man. It was his son, Odelto. However, the Duke claimed that Haida had killed Odelto and asked to seal her away. Hyun-soo looked into the library and found Odelto's diary, where he wrote that he helped the mentally unstable Haida, but was betrayed. Odelto wrote that he could not forgive Haida for taking everything from him. Hyun-soo handed the diary over to the Duke, but began to doubt. Could Haida betray the one she loved so much? Activating the eyes that gaze at the stars, he realized that the diary was a fake. Using his abilities, he found the original. After reading the real diary, Hyun-soo realized that Haida and Odelto loved each other, and Deniom was trying to trick him into killing Haida. Hyun-soo came out and told the Duke that he now understood where his hatred came from. Deniomi replied that Hyun-soo was his last hope. He said that the Duke was not doing a good job as an NPC. Each NPC in the tower has a role. Deniom's role is to give the quest to seal Haida. But if Haida is still at large, then no one has completed the quest. Deniom tearfully begged Hyun-soo for help. Our hero returned to Haida. He handed her a letter from Odelto. After reading it, Haida decided to reread Odelto's diary. It turned out that Deniome used Haida as a weapon. Under severe stress, she exploded, and he deliberately set up his loved ones to cause this explosion. For this, he should be stripped of his title of Duke. Suddenly, a doll appeared, containing Odelto's soul. He suggested asking for help from the sage John Taylor on the 52nd floor. Hyun-soo agreed to accept the quest. Odelto promised the soul rip skill as a reward if he avenged him. The Duke gave the boy a portrait of his son, his clothes, and a device for sealing souls. Seeing these things, Haida should let down her guard. Hyun-soo pretended to seal it, and the Duke remained to watch. Finally, Haida herself arrived. She jumped towards the hiding Duke. There was a powerful explosion, and a huge hole appeared where the Duke had been. Haida asked Hyun-soo if he would allow her to meet Odelto. She agreed to be temporarily sealed and was loaded into the soul-sealing device. At that moment, the Duke appeared and demanded the return of the device. Dokchun snatched the device and ran away with it. Then Hyun-soo jumped into the portal after the device. The Duke was furious. Hyun-soo drew his sword and said that he would now turn the Duke into a real NPC. The Duke shouted that he would destroy the pathetic conqueror of the tower. Hyun-soo cut off his arm with a deft blow of his sword. Then he directed the aurora beam at him. The Duke responded with lightning from the underworld, using it against Hyun-soo. Lightning knocked Hyun-soo out of action. However, he used the skill Body Enhancement and rushed at the Duke again. The Duke used his last trump card, Dynamic Expansion. Then Hyun-soo activated the skill Resurrection from the Dead. Then he called upon Night. His appearance was terrifying. He ordered the Soul Cry to be summoned. After that, Hyun-soo used the Cutter. The Duke was wounded but still hoped to remain an NPC. His consciousness was unstable. This Duke used Haida as a weapon and killed his own son. Now he has gone completely mad. Hyun-soo grabbed the bottle containing Haida's sealed memories, which contained terrifying experiences. He told the Duke that he would now feel only a fraction of the pain Haida was experiencing and threw the bottle at his forehead. At that moment, nightmares took over the Duke's mind. After some time, he fell down and gave up his spirit. NPC had been defeated. From that moment on, Deniom was completely subordinate to the tower. After that, Hyun-soo found himself on the 49th floor. He received a message that he never obeys the will of the tower, and chaos interference was detected. On the 50th floor, it was moved to Asia. Now he needs to free Haida and meet John Taylor before she wakes up. He saw Lilka and said that he brought all the ingredients she asked for. Lilka offered to make a contract with him. Hyun-soo asked what the chaos attribute was. Lilka explained that the appearance of a creature with the attribute of chaos is a sign of the destruction of the world and the entrance to a transitional period. This is a warning. Now more portals will open in the world and the level of monsters will increase. The tower will be empty, and only those who are already inside will pass through it. Lilka suggested making a contract, but Hyun-soo wanted to study it. In the contract, she offered to become her heir. Lilka said that she hates the tower and wants to get out, so she trusts Hyun-soo. Our hero remembered what Elias said. For NPCs, the only way out of the system is if their heir passes the tower. Lilka and Hyun-soo signed a contract. After that, he decided to take part in competitions. His friends were here too. Hyun-soo greeted Oh-ji-hyuk, who also participated. Meow Meow Punch was there too, and she hinted that Hyun-soo was a princess. Our hero asked her to shut up. Meow Meow Punch reminded that she is the queen of the national volleyball team. By the end, Hyun-soo said he wasn't interested in volleyball and said goodbye. Meow Meow Punch said that he was afraid to compete, and Hyun-soo agreed. Finally, Haida herself arrived. She jumped towards the hiding Duke. There was a powerful explosion, and a huge hole appeared where the Duke had been. Haida asked Hyun-soo if he would allow her to meet Odelto. She agreed to be temporarily sealed and was loaded into the soul-sealing device. At that moment, the Duke appeared and demanded the return of the device. Dokchun snatched the device and ran away with it. Then Hyun-soo jumped into the portal after the device. The Duke was furious. Hyun-soo drew his sword and said that he would now turn the Duke into a real NPC. The Duke shouted that he would destroy the pathetic conqueror of the tower. Hyun-soo cut off his arm with a deft blow of his sword. Then he directed the Aurora beam at him. The Duke responded with lightning from the underworld, using it against Hyun-soo. Lightning knocked Hyun-soo out of action. However, he used the skill Body Enhancement and rushed at the Duke again. The Duke used his last trump card, Dynamic Expansion. Then Hyun-soo activated the skill Resurrection from the Dead. Then he called upon Night. His appearance was terrifying. He ordered the Soul Cry to be summoned. After that, Hyun-soo used the cutter. The Duke was wounded but still hoped to remain an NPC. His consciousness was unstable. This Duke used Haida as a weapon and killed his own son. Now he has gone completely mad. Hyun-soo grabbed the bottle containing Haida's sealed memories, which contained terrifying experiences. He told the Duke that he would now feel only a fraction of the pain Haida was experiencing and threw the bottle at his forehead. At that moment, nightmares took over the Duke's mind. After some time, he fell down and gave up his spirit. NPC had been defeated. From that moment on, Deniyam was completely subordinate to the tower. After that, Hyun-soo found himself on the 49th floor. He received a message that he never obeys the will of the tower and chaos interference was detected. On the 50th floor, it was moved to Asia. Now he needs to free Haida and meet John Taylor before she wakes up. He saw Lilka and said that he brought all the ingredients she asked for. Lilka offered to make a contract with him. Hyun-soo asked what the chaos attribute was. Lilka explained that the appearance of a creature with the attribute of chaos is a sign of the destruction of the world and the entrance to a transitional period. This is a warning. Now more portals will open in the world and the level of monsters will increase. The tower will be empty, and only those who are already inside will pass through it. Lilka suggested making a contract, but Hyun-soo wanted to study it. In the contract, she offered to become her heir. Lilka said that she hates the tower and wants to get out, so she trusts Hyun-soo. Our hero remembered what Elias said. For NPCs, the only way out of the system is if their heir passes the tower. Lilka and Hyun-soo signed a contract. After that, he decided to take part in competitions. His friends were here too. Hyun-soo greeted OG Hyuk, who also participated. Meow Meow Punch was there too, and she hinted that Hyun-soo was a princess. Our hero asked her to shut up. Meow Meow Punch reminded that she is the queen of the national volleyball team. By the end, Hyun-soo said he wasn't interested in volleyball and said goodbye. Meow Meow Punch said that he was afraid to compete, and Hyun-soo agreed. The start of the friendly match was announced. Top-level hunters had been transported to the arena. These were newcomers from large guilds from different countries. Ji Seon-hwa represented the Korean server. The newcomers looked at her with disdain, so tiny and in the arena. The first match was with a boss, a summoned enhanced giant guardian. Meow Meow Punch has stated that she will be entering the match. The giant guardian roared and the arena shook. The participants decided to unite. It would be difficult to fight against something like that alone. Meow Meow Punch fearlessly rushed at the guard. One blow was enough. She was thrown back like a feather. The girl landed, gathering all her will. She used her skill Destruction, and the boss was defeated. Now Meow Meow Punch suggested that Hyun-soo go against someone. In the second match, Hyun-soo fought ghosts. At the end of the fight, he took first place and patted Lizoon on the shoulder. In the team standings, representatives from India and South Korea scored equal points. Before the match, Hyun-soo decided to try out the new artifact he made with Lilka's help. He poured out numerous vials of potion from the bag. He threw the bottles onto the field, and they broke. The Indian representative attacked Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo said that in South Korea his attack would look insignificant. He then directed the Aurora beam at the enemy. In his next fight, he fought against a representative of Japan. With his sword blazing with electricity and lightning, the sight was stunning. Hyun-soo was declared the winner. Participants from India and Japan asked for revenge out of rage, but the results had already been announced in the arena. Hyun-soo had a quest with a time limit, so he had to hurry. But Lilka came up to him. He said that he would continue climbing. That was the only way he could complete the task. On the 51st floor, he immediately found himself underwater. The goal of the floor is to get out from under the water or survive there for a month. The guy used the fishman mask. He was surrounded by monsters on all sides. He was floating on a raft and suddenly saw another one. Broken. The broken raft near the mountain peak was surprising. Where did the logs come from? Hyun-soo saw a man holding onto a log and begging to be saved. He swam up and pulled him onto the raft. But it turned out to be a robber. He pulled out a knife and demanded all of our hero's things. The boy was attacked by sea pirates. They sent one of them as bait. Hyun-soo said that they were filthy creatures and they would all die. Nearby, among the rocks, stood a pirate ship with a captain and assistant. A crew member reported that everyone who went to rob died. He added that some madman attacked them first. At that moment, Hyun-soo appeared on the raft in the fiery flames. He said that he would teach them all a lesson now. The pirate captain fell to his knees before him and said that they were only carrying out orders from a large guild. They were the lowest of the assassins. He added that their squad was created to eliminate the strongest conquerors of the tower. The Kraken raid is about to begin. Hyun-soo said he had time to deal with them. The killers had nothing but the golden goblins, which Hyun-soo had collected in a bag. He noticed several more ships hidden among the cliffs. There were representatives of major guilds there. Suddenly a boss appeared in front of them, the Kraken. While the ships were shooting at the Kraken, our hero dived to the bottom. He realized that he needed to aim not at the Kraken's tentacles, but at its body. He decided to attack the octopus. The main thing was to take one of the tentacles. When Hyun-soo cut off one tentacle, dozens of other similar tentacles gathered around him. He applied fog acceleration. Then he directed an electric discharge at the octopus. Somewhere in the depths of the ocean, an electric glow flared up. If it weren't for the protection from electricity, our hero would have died long ago. Hyun-soo ordered Kraken to distract the enemies until he reached the top. Together with Dokchun, they reached the top of the ocean, where a portal opened. The boy activated his stargazing eyes and saw a hidden reward. He received the skill book, Underwater Vision. He was then moved to the 52nd floor, where he had to either survive for a month or restore the statue in the laurel caves of the mountains. Here Hyun-soo met John Taylor. The old man asked if he had brought Odelto and Haida. Taylor ordered the boy to follow him. He said that about 10 years ago, those who later became guild masters came to him. This meant that those who met the sage on the 50th floor conspired and created a system. The old man explained, "The tower appears when chaos comes to the world. At first, small conflicts grow into global ones, and the geometric growth of chaos begins. The tower breaks the ceiling of chaos and creates a new cycle of destruction and rebirth." The boy asked when the tower foretells the end, but the sage replied that the tower is the system's tool for containing chaos. The only way to avoid death is to gather chaos and clear 100 floors. The first hunters hid the truth and spread lies, destroying those who could pass the tower. Most wanted to conquer the tower alone, but team spirit and strategy were needed. The sage said that now it was Hyun-soo's turn, or the princess's. Hyun-soo froze. How did he know about the princess? He asked about it, and the old man answered that when a guy lives as long as he did, many things become obvious. To revive Odelto, it was necessary to fulfill the sage's order. He needed an artifact with powerful magical power, a core for the homunculus. Hyun-soo started rummaging through his inventory, but Taylor said that normal items wouldn't work. Then Hyun-soo took out the primordial crystal. The sage's mouth dropped open in surprise. While he was creating the homunculus, our hero went out for a walk. Suddenly he heard screams. The man sat on the ground, begging for help. Armed men stood in front of him. One had already raised a dagger over him. At that moment, Hyun-soo appeared in front of them. People recognized him as Evil Eye. As soon as they realized who was in front of them, they began to run away in panic. But Hyun-soo said that he didn't let them go. He asked the man if he was okay and why he was attacked. He explained that it was a squad of killers posing as collectors. His name was Liu Hui. He was from the Chinese guild Golden Tiger. He swore to repay for saving him. Hyun-soo thought that the world was collapsing, and government dogs were continuing to kill talented kids. He wrote in the chat that on the 50th floors there are gangs operating under the cover of the authorities, killing hunters. The bald man replied that in their country there was a special detachment, and he himself had served in it before. People started writing in the chat that these killers terrorized local residents not only in the tower, but also outside of it. A message came from the system that Haida was free. Odelto was reborn as a homunculus. Haida threw herself into his arms. The killers tried to push the hunters back into the monster's territory, cutting off their escape route. Hyun-soo said that these are the worst of the worst. They prevent honest hunters from developing. Park Jae-kyung said that our hero should deal with the monster as planned, and he would help those unfortunate people. His long spear pierced one of the killers. He was very far away, and the killers did not even understand what had happened. After this, our hero and his partner rushed into the attack. Hyun-soo attacked the monster while his comrade fought the killers. The monster tried to resist our hero. The guy used his famous cutter against the monster. The monster screamed terribly. Hyun-soo took out his firebomb and told the monster to rest in peace. The monster suffered significant damage, and the fortress of the Eternal Frost Crystal trembled. After that, a portal opened. Park Jae-kyung killed all the members of the assassination squad. The hunters said they owed their lives to our hero and his comrade. They expressed their desire to join the Princess Alliance. Hyun-soo and Park Jae-kyung had to leave because the portal might close. They agreed to meet on the 54th floor. Even if they enter at the same point, they can exit at different ones, so they agreed to meet at the quest point. Hyun-soo entered the 54th floor. It was the exhaustion floor. One had to survive for a month or be recognized by the Void Knight. Our hero, together with Dokchun, fell into the dungeon. The Void Knight Velsat was there. He was sealed. The knight asked why the boy was not interested in the reasons for his imprisonment, and began to tell the story himself. Our hero wasn't interested. He threw him a chocolate bar and told him to shut up. The Void Knight said that if the boy fed him until he was full, he would recognize him. The Void Knight was always hungry, and that's why he was sealed. He said that if the curse is removed, he will die, but he still wants to get rid of the seals and stay alive. Hyun-soo tried to help by pouring water into him, but the knight still felt hungry. Hyun-soo then ordered Dokchun to fill his stomach with mud. The dirt didn't help. The knight was unhappy. At this time, Park Jae-kyung, with whom they had parted at the portal, approached. He didn't expect to see such a huge skeleton. He decided to cook something delicious, not wanting to come to the banquet without a gift. He quickly cooked a lot of food. The skeleton also asked for at least a little for himself. They had to go to a banquet that was about to start. They left all the food for the knight and left. The knight, bound by seals, could not eat, even though he looked at the food. Suddenly, people appeared from the shelter. When they saw that Hyun-soo and his comrade had disappeared, they set traps. Our hero and Park Jae-kyung arrived at the banquet hall. The manager met them and said that the use of weapons in the hall was prohibited. This was the only restriction. Comrade Hyun-soo immediately began to taste the sauces. Hyun-soo looked at the guests. They were hunters and NPCs, but he didn't know any of them. They probably came from floors above 50, and he decided to meet them. Suddenly, a man with a large head of hair approached him. It was Ji Vusek, nicknamed Fluffy. He warned Hyun-soo to be careful with NPCs. Suddenly, a man with an eye patch shouted that this was a VIP banquet, and what was this beggar doing here? He was talking about Park Jae-kyung stuffing his mouth with pizza. Fluffy said that the local NPCs are unfriendly to hunters because they consider themselves elite. Hyun-soo decided to intervene. Suddenly, the man with the bandage was hit on the head with a bottle. The one-eyed man became furious. How dare someone hit him? But the person who hit him with the bottle blocked the NPC's attack. It was Kim Tae-jin. He said that he would not have interfered if he had not seen someone he knew, and approached Park Jae-kyung. He called him by name and said that he had not heard from him for 10 years. Park Jae-kyung replied that he had studied with a master, and that the man in the mask had invited him here. Hyun-soo walked up and extended his hand to introduce himself, introducing himself as Evil Eye. The guy said that he was one of the first players who stood at the origins of the Nine Dragons Guild. He told our hero that what he was looking for would not be found here. He asked Hyun-soo why he killed those newcomers. Our hero replied that he killed them because they deserved it. The guy extended his hand to our hero and introduced himself as Smiley Cap. The one-eyed man continued to be indignant that they didn't even apologize to him. The manager said that these hunters were Heglic's students, and they had every right to be here at his invitation. Suddenly a fanfare sounded and everyone greeted the director. The director of Hell's Kitchen, Brahim Kate, has appeared. He asked if it was true that these two guys were Heglic's students. Hyun-soo and his comrade showed the seals and confirmed it. The director suggested that they start exchanging gifts and said that he would be happy to test their skills. Park Jae-kyung said he was just waiting for this moment. Hyun-soo began to help him. They changed clothes and got to work. They didn't have much time, so they didn't get distracted. After some time, the table was filled with delicious dishes. The director noted that they served both meat and fish at the same time. This balance is easy to upset, but our hero said that the dish was served with a special sauce. And they also had a surprise, the best drink in the tower, Azure Dragon Tears. All the guests were shocked. It was the rarest drink. Where did ordinary hunters get it? Hyun-soo suggested that the director give a toast. The director said that he was glad to meet the students of his old friend and wished everyone prosperity and development. Everyone drank, and Dokchun did too. After a sip of wine, her rank rose. Our hero was surprised. Could a frog really surpass its owner? At this point, all the guests were delighted with the drink. The one-eyed man invited them to the 67th floor. He was shedding tears of delight. The banquet came to an end. Fluffy said that thanks to Evil Aya, he had tasted wonderful food and drink. He presented our hero with a personalized T-shirt with the pink punk band as a token of gratitude. After that, he said goodbye and left. The other guests also began to leave. The guy in the cap said that he would closely monitor our hero's progress through the tower. Park Jae-kyung said goodbye to his brother. Now they can communicate more often. And Hyun-soo held a small note in his hands, which he received from the guy in the cap. The director of Hell's Kitchen simply cried with delight. He said that from now on they will support Hyun-soo and his comrade in everything. The director said that there are many influential groups at the top of the tower. These are large guilds. Their organization is also included in this list. Among them are the Kingdom of Flowers and Birds, ruled by the Golden Empress, and the Arena Alliance, where the chairman is Kildoras. All tower arenas are united in a union. There are also groups of experienced conquerors of the upper floors. The kitchen is one of the largest organizations, so they can provide significant support. But for this, it is necessary to establish certain relationships. Park Jae-kyung took advantage of the opportunity and asked to stay to work here as a cook. The director happily agreed to let him gain experience, but Hyun-soo said he wanted to do something else. Then the director suggested a partnership agreement. The kitchen has a team for preparing ingredients, but as NPCs they are limited in their actions. He realized that they wanted him to supply ingredients, drinks, spices, and other things that couldn't be found here. The director said that they had employees scattered throughout the tower, and they had a lot of information. After that, they said their goodbyes. Park Jae-kyung stayed in Hell's Kitchen, and Hyun-soo went about his business. The director told Hyun-soo to take the remaining kitchen tools. Hyun-soo returned to the 54th floor, the hunger zone. There, a hungry monster was waiting for him. He was very happy and shouted for the guy to put something in his mouth, like braised ribs. At this time, the guy discovered that he was surrounded by seals and other binding artifacts, all of them aimed at restricting movement. Suddenly, people from the extermination squad appeared and were following him. The leader gave the command to attack our hero at his signal. Hyun-soo tried to resist, but all his skills failed. The guy said he would make them pay for everything and gave them the middle finger. Our hero was not only confused by the number of enemies and debuffs, but also by the field itself. He needed to block attacks, destroy artifacts, and remove debuffs. He decided to show off his dance and raise his fortune with the help of a buff. Everyone wanted to kill our hero. Suddenly water started flowing and fire started pouring out. The guy used fog boost and escaped danger. All debuffs were removed and Hyun-soo's stats increased by 300%. Now he could withstand both fire and water. At this time, a man with the nickname Lick My Top saw that something was happening in the distance and decided to go check it out. Meow Meow Punch killed one of the guys from the extermination squad at this time. It was the fence of the 7 demons. Because of it, Hyun-soo could only destroy artifacts. Our hero used all his skills. The 7 demons' fence has been destroyed. The leader of the killers saw the boy destroy the fence of the 7 demons and ordered everyone to get ready. Hyun-soo felt such power within himself that even the hunter from the 60th floor would not be able to stop him. The killers broke the stones and some of them crushed our hero, but Hyun-soo used his skill and dug a tunnel. Suddenly he appeared on the surface again. He approached the leader and called out to him. Our hero threw a firebomb right in his face. There was a powerful explosion. Hyun-soo killed many people, but there were still more left. Moreover, their strength was constantly replenished. It looks like the destruction squads of all countries on the Asian server have united. One of the squad members said that our hero had no one to count on. There was no one in the area, and he had no chance of getting out. Hyun-soo then asked him if he thought he might lose. The killer said that this would not happen because all the arrows and spears were aimed at our hero. After all, they are the elite among the extermination squads. Everyone rushed to attack our hero. Hyun-soo thought that this was the end. Suddenly a masked man appeared. No one could take the weapon because the compression effect was applied. Then the decompression effect was applied. It was Lizun who came to the aid of our hero. Hyun-soo thanked him for saving him. But he said that this was not the end. There must be more enemies somewhere nearby. Suddenly they saw someone's figure between the rocks. Hyun-soo didn't understand who it was. He saw a figure that was painful to look at. It was a girl in a cloak, with a lot of different objects on her. That was Meow Meow Punch. Hyun-soo was very surprised. He often corresponded with her in the community, but he had never seen her in person. Lizun told the girl with the nickname Meow Meow Punch that our hero is the princess. The guy was terribly upset that his secret was revealed. Lizun also took off his helmet. Meow Meow Punch said she wasn't going to show her face. Then Hyun-soo activated his special eyes. It was the lead singer of the group, Ping Punk, whose photo Hyun-soo had on his t-shirt. Hyun-soo said he has a t-shirt that Fluffy gave him with a picture of the vocalist. It was amazing. A former Special Forces soldier, a representative of the country, and a pop star all ended up in the same community. Hyun-soo asked not to tell anyone about his true identity. If Baldy comes here too, the whole company will be here. Everyone wanted to go up to the 55th floor. The skeleton was told to open his mouth and some balls were thrown into it. The skeleton's curse was lifted, but he was still hungry. Then Meow Meow Punch came out and said that she had some dried royal kelp. It was as dry as firewood, but swelled 100 times in water. She gave the skeleton some seaweed and poured water into his mouth. 30 minutes passed and the skeleton was still hungry. He asked for more and more. Velzat wanted to get rid of gluttony without lifting the curse. Our hero began to cook some dish, saying that everything would soon come true. He ended up making a steak and some kind of stew. However, he didn't let anyone try anything, but poured the magic sauce over the dish. Smelling a pleasant aroma, Lizun and Meow Meow Punch asked him for a piece, but he warned them not to regret it later. After that, he poured the pot of stew into the skeleton's mouth. But something unexpected happened. Lizun, Meow Meow Punch, and even the skeleton screamed that it was disgusting. Tears flowed from their eyes. The dish turned out to be so tasteless. The skeleton's eyes popped out of his head from the taste, but the quest was not yet complete. Then the boy took his potions and wanted to pour them into the skeleton's mouth, but he begged him to stop. However, Hyun-soo did not calm down. He offered the skeleton medicine. Velzat could not stand it. The curse of the void retreated, and he lost his appetite. For the first time on the entire server, Velzat's recognition was received, and Hyun-soo received a reward, the key to the Tomb of the Giants. Velzat finally opened the portal. Meow Meow Punch and Leeson sat on the ground and still couldn't get over the taste of the terrible dish. Hyun-soo said he would go up to the 55th floor. All three entered the portal and were transported. Our hero flew through the 55th, 56th, 57th floors and reached the 58th floor. He decided to publish a detailed strategy for getting to floor 57 in his chat. It turned out that now everyone was using a disgusting potion to make Velzat create a portal. This got on his nerves so much that he ran away. Our hero found himself on the 58th floor. The conditions for passing are to hold out for 1 month or reach the big cat cradle. There was a terrible smell. The guy was exposed to toxic substances. His immunity was weakened. He took out a bottle of the water of life. Suddenly they saw mechanical cats. They were Mini-Cat, level 5 mechanical monsters. Hyun-soo commanded Dak Chun to slap the cat. He hit the cat with such force that it fell and sank into the ground. Our hero became worried because this was material for a quest, and the cat had to be brought to Lilka. However, there were so many cats that they didn't even expect it. He wanted to catch at least one of them. Quest completion conditions: Kraken Tentacle, already obtained, Snow Demon Tongue, and Mini-Cat. Quest completed. Hyun-soo took out his pass to the underground city that Mobilitic gave him. He activated the eyes that looked at the stars and saw some buildings. He saw an underground city guarded by Big Cat, a mechanical monster charging Mini-Cat, and this was the entrance to Frankburg. Suddenly he was discovered. Missiles were launched in his direction, even though he was several kilometers away. In this city lived gnomes who made rockets. The guy ran past Big Cat and went to the doors. He took out his pass and applied it. The doors opened. Suddenly, gnomes, inhabitants of Frankburg, appeared before him. They asked him how he got in, and the guy replied that he entered using a pass from a friend. The gnomes saw the gold card and said that he was an honored guest. A pass like this is given to those who helped the gnomes. The gnomes introduced themselves. One was Hedwig, the other was Gang Bolton. They invited him to follow them into the underground city. They got into the elevator and it rushed down at great speed. Suddenly, a view of a beautiful city opened up with beautiful houses, green streets, a railway and aircraft. The gnomes gave him a bottle of water and told him to drink it. Those who come here usually get sick within a few hours. It was the water of life that Meow Meow Punch sold under the contract. There wasn't enough water for everyone, and the boy saw children whose skin was burning in the street. He asked the dwarves to take him to the main representative. He was taken to the palace. Bekeltan, the representative of Frankburg, was there. He praised our hero's armor. It was a real feelin' set. Beheltan said that if he collected all the parts, he would become even more powerful. Hyun-soo was very surprised. Does this dwarf really have all the parts of the Filane set? He decided to tell how to make the water of life to get a complete Filane set. Suddenly, an emergency announcement came over the loudspeaker. A fog of plague descended upon the city, containing many diseases, curses, and ailments. It was emitted by a creature that was still breathing, although it should have disappeared. Bekeltan asked our hero to put on a gas mask. Instead, Hyun-soo gave him a bottle of real-life water. The one that was shipped to Frankfurt was diluted for mass production. Beheltan was very surprised. How did he get this water? Hyun-soo replied that he made it himself. He said he would tell you how to make the water of life. With its help, you can survive in the fog. Hyun-soo asked where Delberton was. It seemed like the plague mist was coming from him. Delberton is a plague egg, a fragment of chaos. It is very hard and emits fog. There used to be over 300 million gnomes living in the city. Now there are only 2,000 left. And there is not a single healthy one among them. The gnomes wanted to break the dark egg and rushed at it. But no matter how hard they tried, the egg remained intact. After hours of effort, Behelton fell to his knees and cried. He said there was no more chance. It was the end now. Hyun-soo told them not to worry. He would deal with the egg, and asked them to take Dak Chun and go to a safe place. Hyun-soo rushed towards the egg and entered it.